Hello, 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 hello. Hi, guys. I am so sorry. Sorry for being tardy today. Happy Friday. Dun, 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 dun. Huh? Dun, 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 dun. Happy Friday to you guys. Thank you for joining me once again. This is your girl, Omoye's Corner. I just wanted to quickly, come here and chat with you guys a little bit on this subject of relationship. Relationship every time. We can't get tired of talking about it anyway. So, if you're new to my channel, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you guys. I thank you for your support. I don't take it for granted at all. I hope you guys are having a blast this Friday. I hope you are taking it easy this Friday. So take it easy, enjoy yourself, kick back, relax, stretch yourself out, feel, make yourself happy. Order those flowers, buy those flowers for yourself, put them in a nice vase, you know, smell the roses. You know how they talk Canada, they'll say smell the roses. Abi, carry, if not tulip you like, buy tulip. Anyone you like, if not sunflower, buy sunflower pot. They have this cute small flower pot sometimes where they sell. Buy them, you know, buy roses, entertain yourself. Buy better candle, better one when they smell nice. Use them, take them, you know, um, cheer up your environment. I know eucalyptus is very good. I like eucalyptus. I like lemongrass. Lemongrass is my favorite. Favorite by by a stretch, by a long stretch. So anyway, make I no go to digress. If you guys can hear me, please let me know. I'm just talking to the microphone. I hope you guys are hearing me. So let me know if you can hear me. So thank you once again. Oh. So I saw a video sometime today. Hopefully, I don't intend to stay here too long, but I just wanted to gist to you people a little bit before I start my weekend. Yeah, NECA, TGIF Friday. Yes, girl. You dey enjoy. NECA, what you dey do this weekend? Now you dey always do some kind enjoyment things. I beg. Where is the destination for this weekend? Let's live vicariously through you. Where are you going to? Last week it was Mexico. Is it going to be Cancun? Hi, your kids. I hope you're doing well. I hope that you're going to take time to relax this weekend, though. Order yourself roses or tulips or whatever flower or plant that you like. Just order yourself. Just, make yourself feel good. Take yourself out, go for dinner, go for a drink or two. If you have a friend or a friend or two, invite them over. You people should chill out and drink, and shayo if that's your thing. Or buy palm wine. My people, you don't have to have too much money to enjoy. Leave that thing. You don't have to have too much money. Buy palm wine. They sell palm wine for African store. Go and buy. Enjoy yourself. Carry one, pour for glass. Toast to yourself. Say, no, self, I try this week. This week be it say na him strong pass, but I sure am say na me strong pass. Pour yourself a glass of palm wine, omo. Drink, feel good, just enjoy yourself, relax. It's the time to just let your head down and relax. If you dey like movie, if you be Netflix queen, carry movie for Netflix, watch. You understand? I'm telling you, Marriott, omo, I saw that palm wine in an African store. E be like when they take pop small pikin enter candy store. I almost lost my mind. I couldn't believe it. I say, what is this? Palm wine, as in the real palmy, the tapped one from the tree. I almost passed out. Oh, I know what they say it's take it easy, take it easy. There's more where that came from. I'm telling you. Now me they can't dey hold. Almost since that day, I discovered palm wine, no going back. I always try to have one bottle or two. Sometimes I buy a carton, but it takes forever. So usually I don't, I just buy like first time I saw it, I bought a carton. I was like, no, I can't. This is going to be my drink. But it was fun, man. Yeah, so there's some wine, I'm telling you. But of course, it's not the same. It's not going to taste the same because that one has been processed, has been canned, and all of that, or bottled, whatever they call it. I can't wait. Hi, God go help us. We go fit go Nigeria. Make I drink fresh palmy. Palmy. Welcome, Marriott. Welcome. Oh. You know they go anywhere, Neka. Okay, you're going to be home. Yeah, I know, but it's all good. Yes, I beg, enjoy your weekend. Other flowers, enjoy, chill with Netflix. Omo, carry, invite your friend. Mukuna gist. Wetin dey happen. So anyway, I get one video when I see today. Is it today? I've been yesterday. I see am. The woman come dey talk. He come dey address Africans generally. I don't know. I don't remember this person now. I for play the video for now, but I don't remember her name. I see am, I watch the thing, I can't listen to am. Say, it makes sense. So, but after you don't listen to something, you don't move past am. I don't go far. So I don't remember where I won't go look for am again, but I forget. But anyway, point of the story is the woman when they share say, they talk to Africans, say most Africans, when they cry, they say every when we they hear story up and down, say, oh, tomorrow marriage pafuka, next tomorrow marriage pafuka. Say na the chickens have come home to roost. Na be her own analogy. That was her take. Like the chickens have come home to roost. That some of these women forget that in their early years, when they were 20s, teenagers, and early teenagers, that they were sleeping with other people's husbands. And they were doing all kinds of things with other people's husbands. Now that they are married, they are spending all their time in church praying and saying, God, protect my husband, thunder, fire, whoever is coming near my husband. They don't know that it is the sin that they've committed when they were in their teenage years that's now catching up to them. And that if we really want to address the African issue, we need to look inwards, meaning you need to call yourself, tell yourself the truth, admit to your error, move forward. Everybody's learning. We are all learning to be better. The woman has a very frank and very no nonsense way of saying it. She's an African. I can't remember her name now, but she's not Nigerian. That much I know, because her accent told me she wasn't Nigerian, but she's certainly from West Africa. She just talk the thing, drop am, waka comot. Now say abeg, I go bring this thing come, make we come break the groundnut and melon of this gist. So wetin una think? Is the woman right or is she wrong? Which one we want to address now? Make I share my link. So anybody wan add mouth for this ogbonge matter, make e come here, come add im own 2 cents. Me, I no wan tey for here o, abeg. This Friday, I must jollof myself. I just made fresh banga soup, so omo, I got to settle down and eat this banga. Nothing is going to deprive me from eating this banga. So, yeah. So wetin una think? Oh, what's going on? You people are having a different conversation in the chat too. You're very tired. Hey, yeah, sorry, Omo. I kind of feel that way too, a little bit too. But you're here, eh? Pele. Neka, Mary of Pele. Yeah, the weekend, that was me last week. I was exhausted. My goodness. It was a very hectic week. Um, you're officiating this weekend, but okay. Wait, oh, you are officiating. Marriott, are you a pastor? Hey, see, oh, pastor in disguise, drinking palm wine. Marriott, share. What? Marriott na pastor. Oh. Marriott did not tell us you are officiating this weekend. Kini mean? Break it down. I'm telling you. May I think of now, I go try. Omo, I go try. I arrange that banga. I say no. I use banga and I found Saint leaf, like the mint leaf, right? I come blend and put them inside the banga. That's how we make our own banga. We always add vegetable inside. Yeah. You agree with her, Mariel? Eh. Oh yeah, now we'll talk the matter because when she did talk she was saying it, she was like women should tell each other the truth. That the reason why some of these people are experiencing what they're experiencing and it feels like things are happening right now in their marriages because karma is real. When what you do to someone, you think that, you're just going to go scot free. No, there's a time where you're going to get paid. And then she went further by saying that, most Africans, they forget, they don't think they being an African is not a joke in and of itself. That's what she said. So there are things that we can't get away with and other people can get away with, but as an African you can't. It's not an accident that there are certain things, like for us, life means a lot. And life starts from the womb. It doesn't start outside of the womb. It starts from the womb. So the child you're carrying inside of you, right, up until that child grows and becomes something, you are not life is sacred to us as Africans. We're not supposed to just waste life, because we think, oh, it's cool. She says now this woke culture, everybody feels like, they have arrived, they can do whatever, it's an inconvenience. She said, no, we should not forget that a true African spirit does not allow for certain things that other people get away with. I come sit down think that one. Oh, my sister, I no go lie, you are saying, wait, this is deep. Oh, eh? Oh, tennis matches. Marriott, you be tennis player. See, we have a one of the Williams sister in the house. So hey, Marriott, you not tell me say you dey play tennis. So you be Williams sister. I beg, tell us. So Marriott, can you hear me? Can you guys hear Marriott?
Oh,
Marriott.
oh,
Okay.
I was on mute. I'm
Hey,
sorry.
I was
I'm
not like,
so
what?
tired. My brain isn't working.
Hey, yeah, girl, that was me last week. Oh, I was like, I be like person when they use wood beat. My entire body was like, I could not lift my body from my bed. I was like, wow, it was a hectic week. So I totally feel you, man. How are
Yes.
you now? How was your week, Sha? Aside from that,
Yeah, well that's all I've done this week. So my week
okay,
has been good. I just need to sleep and I just need to
right,
rest.
okay,
That's it. Yeah, but I'm
okay.
fine. No, I'm not playing the tennis matches. I'm officiating them. So
Oh, okay. So are you part? Do you play tennis? How do you get to officiate?
well, I play tennis, but I play tennis very badly.
Ah, got it. Okay.
Officiating, so depending on the country that you're in, you have to do like an introductory clinic where they teach you how to be a tennis official. So on the rule book you have to learn. So typically like here it's Tennis Canada that does the training for you. So
Ah.
yes, you do that and then you start to officiate typically like under 16 matches. You like as
Mm-hmm.
an umpire. And then when
Mm-hmm.
they have professional tournaments, you can be like a line umpire or a chair umpire for those events. So you have to
I
go to the course.
see.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Interesting. Well, nice one. I like that, man. That's great.
It's a
That's
good
great to
hobby.
know. Yeah, I can imagine. That's good. That should be fun.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Sorry.
This issue. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so I didn't wait to hear you say everything. I only agree with the part where she was talking about people being teenagers and 20 something year olds and 30 something year olds, and then they get married and then they go to Mountain of Fire and they're disturbing God to hold their husband or save their husband from Jezebel and kiniko kiniko.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the other part where
S-
she talked about, we can't get away with things. Maybe that's more like a spiritual side that I don't want to pretend like I really understand. So I don't want to say that I agree or disagree.
Right. So
But
basically, what she
okay.
was saying was, like she said, listen, Africans, let's talk to each other. She said most women that are crying now, their marriages are breaking up and all of that. Some of them, when they were teenagers, when they were, younger, they were running after other people's husbands.
Mm,
And those women that they were causing pain were crying. Now they're
mm,
married and they think that that kind of thing is not going to happen to them. But guess what? Karma is always timely. You understand that
mm,
what you sow, you reap. That's what some of them are suffering right now. So when you hear people they are married after 2 years, after 5 years, after, and then most of them are spending all this time in church, fasting, praying, asking God to protect their marriages. Instead of them to reflect, self-reflect, and say, okay, I did something wrong,
mm.
and maybe this is my payback. That people should learn to some African men should learn to tell themselves the truth. Just tell yourself the truth and say, okay, I did this, maybe this is my payback, and then do the necessary cleansing, as in ask for forgiveness or whatever, and move on from there. But she thinks it's ridiculous because some of these women, they know that they did something wrong and that's why they're suffering what they're suffering, but they choose to be blind and spend that time jumping from one pastor, asking them to pray for their home, pray for their husband, pray for. No, those prayers cannot be answered because you've already sown a seed and that seed must germinate and grow. The woman was tough. When she was saying it, I was like, whoa, this woman came with a lot of violence.
Okay,
Wow.
here is my take, because
Mm-hmm.
one, I think people here will agree with, and my other take, I don't know whether they're going to agree. So my first one is, it's hard for people to do all those self-reflection that you're talking about, because when something is happening to you, or even when you're telling a story to your friend that, oh, XYZ person offended me, we always automatically leave out the parts where we did something wrong in our
Right.
storytelling, right? So all
Mm-hmm.
these people that are in like situations where they have husbands and the husbands are unfaithful, they never think, oh, I did that 10 years ago with one baba up the road. They never think that.
Right.
Everybody just thinking, I'm the victim in this story. We all have main character syndrome. It's about me. Like, this is happening to me. Woe is me. I need to,
Right.
do you get what I mean? So
Yes.
it's hard. Like, I think we need to be honest. I know she's saying that largely like a matter of fact, hold yourself accountable. But as human beings, naturally, we don't think of what we did wrong to cause this situation to happen to us. That's one. But my second angle is, okay, karma, these girls from University of Unilag had Rishi people, whatever, whatever. Where is the karma for the men that destroyed their own families? Where is their own karma? Why don't we ever talk about their own karma? What is the karma for the men, please?
Great. You know what? That's a great question. To be honest with you, I think the men also experience their own karma.
Oh, okay.
We're louder because women are louder. Women are the ones who share the most. Women are the ones you hear the most, right? Men deal with their karma. Sometimes their equipment no go just work for no
Mm.
reason. Go just stop to the work. Or sometimes maybe they will have offsprings and their offsprings will now become problematic. They won't know why, they won't know where it's coming from. There's so many things. It's just that men don't talk the way women do. If they did, right, you will know, you will really see the karma working. There's some men who maybe because they went and cheated on their women and stuff like that, the side chick that they cheated with will now become fish bone in their neck, right? And now literally take them for everything they have. So it will not be as though that side chick came and dealt with them, showed them pepper for all the things that they did to that, or the main wife. For instance, look at your Edoche's case and May. Are you trying to tell me now that that man is not experiencing karma? Forget that he's with his second wife, oh.
Yeah.
But the recognition that he used to get, even though I didn't know this man prior to this issue with his wife, but apparently there was a lot of respect accorded to him. People loved him. Matter of fact, people were actually pushing him to come out as president, as a
He's the
candidate.
one pushing himself. Oh my god, let's not talk too far.
Okay,
Walk
let's
is
not
narrow.
talk too far. Okay, maybe he was the one pushing himself. But my point is this, right? At the end of the day, look at how worthless he
Yeah.
now, he's now like in the public space.
Yeah,
The
everybody's
woman,
making fun of him.
exactly. He's now become the joke of the century. Meanwhile, the wife that he hurt so deeply, look at how well she's faring. Look at
Mm.
how well she's doing. Look at all the good things that are happening for her.
Yeah.
You understand? So
Yeah.
yes, men and women, they do receive their karma, but women, they talk past men. That's why. That's what
Okay.
I think. Mm.
So your angle is because women are more vocal when things happen to them. But one of the things that I worry about when it comes to us, and by us I just mean Nigerians only,
Hmm.
is that, and maybe if we had universities that were working well, maybe somebody would have researched it.
Right.
I'm very wary of how Nigerians believe in the Nollywood effect,
Mm.
where you do good, you get good. You do bad, you get bad. Let's
Hmm.
take out the fame of Mr. Yo.
Right.
How many people in, like, what is the karma for the average? Like, I don't know. I don't know what the stats are, but I don't know. I can count the number of faithful men that I know.
Okay, so I think I can
Like,
speak a
yeah,
little bit to the ordinary person, right?
yeah.
With karma. Now, I've had friends, right, where maybe they were married and the man was running whatever, doing whatever they do best. Okay. Now, the man, for some, the women just decided, you know what, since this man wants to run outside, let me leave him to run outside for real, for real. Let me give him the space and just move. So I had this one friend in Nigeria then. When the man did that, she didn't even tell anybody. She just packed her load. She had one child at that time. Just full pack the girl, pack the pikin, pack the whatever. The man came home and met empty home, like nobody in the house.
That's
She
cold.
abandoned him. I'm telling you, the man could not, he did not recover from it.
Mm.
Right? He went all over looking for the man's family, the woman's family, trying to, those ones now say, hey, you are coming to talk to us about our daughter. Where did you keep her? You are the one that will tell us what happened because
Mm.
you she's supposed to be with you. So he was going through all of that. The side chick that he did all that rubbish for, that one abandoned him, met somebody else, started dating his own best friend. Do you
Uh,
understand what I'm saying? So these things happen to regular people. Let's not get it twisted. Because we're on social media and these Nollywood people are very loud and they put all their business out there, karma visits everybody, whether you're popular or you're not popular. We're just hearing these people because they are out there and people, bloggers, are carrying their stories. But there are regular people, everyday people, that are experiencing karma as we speak. So it's not just, I know what you're talking about, like, so someone to do a research and find out, that
that's
would be
fine.
interesting to know.
That's
Right,
fine. But the flip side of this, and again, I don't disagree with that woman. I really don't, because I've expressed that same feeling before. Okay, you lived this very, very wild life, and then you expect to just get married, and then your life just switches to this, suburban cookie cutter life. It's
right,
unreasonable. Yeah. But the reason I bring this up, like, the flip side of this is, You've heard you've heard the good Nigerian girl, and I'm putting air quotes right now,
right.
that think that, why can't I get the good guy? I've been good. I didn't, sleep
Do
with
anything.
anybody. I didn't
Mhm.
smoke, and I didn't
I,
drink, and I didn't cheat, and I didn't blah blah blah. Why can't I get the
mhm.
good guy? Or they finally marry somebody. So first of all, the ones that maybe don't get married when they think they should get married, they start, why is that the bad, like, quote and unquote, the bad girls are the one getting all the men, even though I don't agree with that. Let's say they finally get married and they end up with somebody who's not faithful, who treats them poorly. And it's, I've been good. Why can't I get the good? That's why I struggle with that. Oh, you do good. Because the flip side of that kind of thinking is, I've been good in my idea, my own mind of what is good. Why didn't I get the perfect person? Why didn't I get the person who's going to treat me well and be the perfect partner? That's what I'm thinking about when I was, thinking of the
Right.
flip side, like,
That's actually a good take. That's actually interesting. It is true. It is true because for the person who in their mind, just like you said very correctly, We all think we're good in our mind. It goes
Yes.
back to what you said earlier, right? That we all think we are the victim. We always want to tell the story from our own eye, from our
Yeah.
own right? So to gather sympathy for ourselves. But it is true. We think we're good. What makes you good? What is the qualification for good? What are the criteria? Do you understand? What's the
Yeah.
criteria for being good? You understand? Say I slap you, you not slap me back. Does it mean you are good and I'm bad? Do you
Oh
understand what I'm
yeah.
saying? or, or you were thirsty, right? And I said, well, I told you to drink water and you didn't drink, so therefore I'm not going to give you water. So you can be thirsty for however. I mean, what really is the yardstick for measuring good and bad? Let's apart from the Bible now, let's remove let's put the religion aspect of it.
Yeah.
What is the human yardstick for measuring good? Because what's good to you or what's bad to you that you think is bad might be good to somebody else,
It's very,
depending
very
on the context.
subjective. Yeah, it's so
Right.
subjective. It's based on the culture of the people. Like, like I think Auntie B had talked about it one time on her show. For Nigerians, what a good girl. Like, it's even different based on gender too.
Right.
What a good girl is in Nigeria is that she's quiet, she's very respectful, always greeting us, doesn't talk too much, doesn't talk back. When she goes to her in-laws' house, she quickly
Yeah.
goes and start washing plate and pounding. That's good, right? So it's subjective. And so these girls, that's why I don't, again, I'm not I haven't lived that life, but who are we to say that because this person, you know partook in, you know um extra marital affairs with somebody else's husband, what if they've changed? What if they've changed? They found their person. Why should the person now cheat on them? Okay, I'm being a devil's advocate a little bit.
I know, I can tell. So I'm waiting for you to
So,
land. I know
why
you now. I know
why
your way.
okay, I've changed my ways. I'm no longer, transactional relationship. I'm no longer, the single let's say toothpick. I'm now a mature woman with a job, a business, and I've found the love of my life. Why should I accept that he's cheating? What if I've changed?
People do change. I personally, I'm one of those who believe that people change, and everybody makes mistakes. I don't think anybody comes perfect. I don't care how much upbringing you had. You're still gonna have to live through your experiences. You still
Yeah.
have to learn certain things on your own. No, and everybody, you can't just learn everything from other people. It's not possible, right? I'm one
Mhm.
of those people, but I'm also one of those people who believe in karma, because
Okay.
even if you change, then you have to, it's almost like the only description or the only comparison I have is planting. When you plant a seed, right? If you're planting corn, for instance, there's weed that's also growing along with that corn. So if you're not careful, right, when you're trying to clear out the weed, you might intentionally cut down the corn and prevent it from growing to its full potential. What that means is, no matter how hard in this life, if you plant a seed, it must grow and it must germinate, and you will harvest that seed. Whether not good you sow, you're going to reap it. If it's bad you sow, you're going to reap it. The law of nature has its laws. So you cannot circumvent it. It's almost, yes, there's forgiveness. There's the let's bring in religion now. There's the aspect of, yes, asking your creator, oh my God, I made a boo-boo, I made a mess, please forgive me. But that doesn't mean you're not going to chop cane for the offense you committed. You are still going to chop egba. Do you understand? Because nature has a way of self-correcting, of correcting itself, because those offenses, you forget it's not just the physical person you're hurting. There's more to that person. There's a spirit behind that person, right? That person has a spirit, so you already offended that person's spirit. And we're talking about energies, right? Energies, you can't touch energies, and energies travel. You don't know when that karma is going to show up in your space. And that's why, they always say, be careful how you treat people, because there are some people who don't forgive. There are people who actually have a difficult time forgiving, and they hold on to everything wrong that you do to them. They go hold on like Aradite. Go, their hands will be like gum. They're not going to release them. Okay. And there's energy that comes with that also. So, to that extent, right? If somebody does wrong, the person may not get paid the day they do the wrong. For some, when you do the wrong, that's when you get immediately, you get the slap, the karma visits immediately. For other
Yes.
people, the karma, somebody like me, if I do something, I get immediately. You be like say they
Because you're a
slap
rule
me.
follower, Omoye. I'm a rule follower. Once I
Aha.
like deviate, they catch me quick, quick.
Exactly. Do you understand? Like for me, there's certain things that people will ordinarily do and get away with. Make I try them. Now that time the whole world go no say that kind of crime they exist.
Yep.
The whole world, I'll be plastered all over the world. They will say, "Do you know this girl? Imagine what she did, oh." Even though that was just my first time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So are you saying now that all those aunties should stop going to prayer house and just stay at home and accept their fate? Because how, like, seriously, no, like, are we saying they should stop praying and they should just
No,
wait for karma to visit them?
no, prayer is good because prayer is their way of communicating. Let me tell you something, right? You know, back in our ancient days, in our African days, right? BB, welcome. So good to see you. I was thinking about you. I was like, oh my God, where is BB? I'm
I
glad
saw
to
your
see you here
text.
today.
I saw yours. My sister, it's been a very interesting week for me. So I
Hey,
am
yeah.
I'm going to be more missing in action as the days come by because I'm in a program now to try and get well. So
Okay.
I'm not gonna,
I'm glad
yeah.
to
I will
hear
talk.
that.
We'll talk. I'll talk to you later.
Okay,
I'll
no
call
worries.
you
We'll
later.
talk
Talk
about it
later.
later. Yeah, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So I'm glad I
I
saw
just
you today.
I just came in to say hello. I'm going to be listening
Okay,
whilst I,
all right.
yeah.
I'm glad to hear your voice. I'm glad you're doing
Same
good.
here,
Yeah, we'll
same
talk
here.
later. All
Yes,
right,
yes,
thank
yes.
you.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So, what was I going to say,
You,
Miriam?
I said they should not stop praying and stay in their house. You said they shouldn't pray. They should
Yeah,
continue
so my
praying. Sorry.
so here's the thing. Remember, like, history, right? African history now, specifically where we're coming from. I want to be very specific, right? Romari, welcome. It's about relationship, oh, man and woman matter. So basically, there's a video I found. May I just give you a quick rundown before
Mhm.
let me quickly give Romari and Bibi rundown. So basically, there's a video I saw of this lady that was saying that most of these women, when they cry, the man divorced her, the man left them, divorced after how many years. That some of these women should be telling themselves the truth. That when they were teenagers, they were running after other people's husbands, and what they're experiencing, some of them, is karma from what they did. It's payback time, payback. Debtor, abi, was it debt collector has come to collect, so they have to pay for their crimes, right? So instead of them spending all those time praying and fasting and all of that and having pastors take advantage of them, they should look inwards, and wherever they need to confess, they confess their sins, not necessarily to the person that they did it to, but within themselves, come to peace with it. So that, but the truth be told, some of these women, they did some things and it's now payback time for them. So that's where the
Mhm.
conversation started. So we've been going back and forth on it. That's where it came from. Just so you can have an idea. And Fab Soli has been here with us too. So anyway, back to what I was saying. Like back in our African setup, right? Way back, ancestral time, right? When somebody does something that is not right, okay, if they, let's say, they go to the, maybe they're ill, for instance, sickness. When someone is ill body wise, they take them to the medicine man. Guess what? They'll first ask the person, what have you done? Who did you offend?
Mm.
There's a reason why they ask those questions, because the belief was that there are people that you should not offend. There are people who don't forgive. They do not, right? There are people like that. They are even if they physically say, Marriott, I forgive you, but their spirit does not. Their spirit hangs on to it. So that's why they keep telling in African setting, and I learned this from my grandfather, be careful who you offend. Because you that you're doing the offending, you don't know you have done it. You be like, I beg, I deal with me, may go sit down for one place. I show and why be, like you think you're tough, but you don't know what that person, who that person truly is within.
Mm.
So back then, when they go to the medicine man will say, who did you offend? Did you offend anyone? Did you step on anybody's toes? So they will now be replaying activities in their heads. Like, wait, I think I had a fight with this person in the marketplace. I was selling my cocoyam, and this woman came and just went and put her cassava in front of my own. So, yeah, I remember. I talk to her anyhow, sha, but she also insulted. So all the reason why they're asking those questions is try to get to the bottom of what it is, because they believe that healing was not just about the body. It was about from the healing, the type of healing they performed was from the inside out. So it's almost like they will walk the healing from the inside out. So by the time you say all those things and say, oh yeah, I offended this person, or sometimes the medicine man will say you have to go and apologize to the person. Even if they don't take your apology, you need to let apologize for your own good, because this is trace to why you feel the way you do. I
Mm.
remember also my grandmother was a matron in her time. She used to deliver with babies for women, right, in her village. When she used to come to our house, then she always come and give us before the word colonoscopy became a thing. My grandmother was always already doing it on us with saint leaf, efirin. That's what they call it
Mm.
in Yoruba. Efirin leaf. She will squeeze it, and everybody will gather. Eh? And bend over. You must do that, efirin. She used to do it because guess what? She will come. We're okay. Oh, nothing's wrong with us. We're not sick. Nothing they do us. The woman go do am. Everybody go line up for front of bathroom. As soon as he do am finish, everybody go line up. The person wey no know say him suppose go that morning, you go just see all of us go line up for bathroom dey wait for the other one to finish so that we will rush him. If you see the kind of things that will come out of our body, my mama go bow. You go see wetin una dey see chop these children, because you be the one to deal with all the mess. Like, what did you people eat, for Christ's sake? These children. When any one of us is ill, my grandmother will come and do the same thing. And then some of that efirin, she will make it into a drink and put alligator pepper, right?
Mhm.
Blend alligator pepper, drink it. You drink it sometimes. By the time you drink that thing 2 times, everything for your body, you don't well. If you were feeling a certain way, you had fever, maybe your eye was not clear, everything go your clear for your body. So that's why prayer is good, because that's the way that they feel like, they feel okay within themselves.
Yeah.
But what's the purpose of prayer if you offended someone that you can easily go to and say, hey, Marriott, I offended you and I'm sorry that I did what I did to you. If the person is right next to you, why are you? Prayer does not solve it too, because even God also expects you to go and make peace first before you come to the altar. So
Okay.
most times people don't do that.
Okay. Oh my
Yay,
God.
welcome, Cynthia. Sorry, go
No, no
ahead.
problem. So
Mhm.
what you're describing is a purging. All these people need to go and confess.
Hey,
But in the
Romari,
case,
Abi, I know the difference. No be colonoscopy, no be the same thing. Okay, I don't know. NMA, you are the okay. All right, NMA. Go ahead, Mute.
um, so in the case of, again, I really do. So I'm enjoying this conversation. I do stand with my first thought that there's people are harsher with women in our society. Oh, you are the
No
one that
doubt.
hurt. They are harsher.
Hmm.
Where is the ire for the men that didn't stay faithful to their wives 20 years ago? So they're just focusing on women because that's just how the culture is. Oh, you I think my struggle is maybe because I'm very hyper aware of how Nigerians like to put two and two together. You know how they
Right.
used to do Nigerian films? Even you see it in real life. Oh, Kolebimo. Oh,
Yeah.
Shekushe when she was younger. Like, I don't like the way we think that way. Like
Yeah.
and then this happens. So that's why I'm struggling a little bit with the fact that I'm not saying those people don't exist, because they absolutely do. So
Uh-huh.
these women now, they've were involved in all these relationships that they shouldn't have been with married people. Who are they going to confess to, Omoye? Where is the confession going to? Because they can't.
Jam
Who
question,
they?
Marriott.
Because you know that they've pretended to be a good girl to snag their boo, so they cannot tell the boo that, yo, throughout my teenagers and my 20s, I was always a side. They can't do that. They can't go and find, who are they going to confess to so that their elder can forgive them? Who?
That a jam question now. Who who will they who will receive the confession on their behalf when they have confessed?
I don't
I
know.
think that, first and foremost, me believe say men too karma they show up for men
Yeah.
big time. They're not just as obvious. Women are louder, women talk, we communicate with each other. You say, hey, my sister, see wetin I see yesterday. Oh, make I tell you, my sister, this is, men are not the same way. Men will quietly take their suffering.
Mm.
For instance, okay, those men who end up being lonely in their older years, right? They
Yeah.
were once married or had a relationship before, whatever, had kids, but they did not treat those kids well. They
Yeah.
didn't treat their wives well, right? And all of that. Okay,
That's karma though.
that's
Yeah.
karma.
That's straight up, you are reaping what you sow,
Exactly.
essentially. Yeah.
Exactly. You're reaping what you sow as far. Okay, oh, this is so when they now get to that old age, now they're looking for someone to come and take care of them. Nobody. And then they now have to be working in the in their evening time. Instead of them to be
Yeah.
resting, they'll be working. So everybody does, people get karma. Whatever you do, you get karma for it. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that you don't because there are things you do to offend your own spirit or offend someone else. You have to confess. You have to confess to your creator, your God, whatever that is to you,
Yeah.
right? I believe in God. So you have to confess your sin to your God, like, God, man. Like sometimes, and I'm sure you've experienced this too, right? Miriam, maybe you do something to someone and then you're at home and then somehow you're reminiscing your day's activity and this thing just pops up in your mind and something tells you, no, Miriam, you should not have responded like that, or you should not have
Mm.
acted this way. You
Yeah.
kind of reminisce about it and you kind of feel remorseful. You're like, man, I shouldn't have responded. It wasn't my fault. I didn't mean to be flippant with this person. No, it was just that I was in a hurry and this person did not just stop talking, just to get away from me, to just, said something very flippant. It happens. And then
Yeah.
when you come to yourself, you're like, oh my God, I didn't mean that. And then you just kind of say, God, I didn't mean to offend that person. No. It was not intentional. And of course, he knows our motives and our intentions.
Yeah.
Sometimes you might offend someone, but your intention or motive for offending that person is not malicious, it's not evil, it's not wicked. You just did it
Yeah.
because. And then you won't get the judgment, you will not get that karma, because your intentions were pure, they were not negative, they were not bad, right? But other times, there are people who just do things callously. They don't care about someone else's feelings. They don't care what you think. They don't care what you say. They just say or do whatever and think they can get away with it. There's no way, karma. What of this woman, Emmett Till's story, African American story
Oh,
of the
that
little
lady,
boy?
she's still alive. She's still
Yeah, she
alive.
confessed, right? I mean, she's still alive, but imagine what the world thinks of her. At least those of us who know about the African American history and all of that.
We don't even know where
Imagine
she
what the
is.
world. That's not a good. That's Do you know how long? Do you know how much she would have carried that thing? It would have been eating at her for years. Do you know what that alone would have done to her?
You know, oh my, I've thought about this before actually because I was talking to my parents a couple of days ago about the floods. Um, and
Right.
my mom
Thank
is
you very much, Romary. Wait till I know. No, say na night school I go. Thank
it's
you.
real night school.
Thank you. Thank you. I
See
appreciate the
now, see what they explained. See what you told me.
I'm telling you, colonoscopy. Oh yeah, people, more than not vessel. Colonoscopy is a medical test that examines your colon for abnormalities and disease by introducing a camera through. Oh, so that's what they did. Oh my goodness. So when I went for my colo, that's what they. Okay, I was asleep. So, eh, okay, thank you. And then the
That's
other one, NMI, is different. That's the one my
that's the one
grandmama.
that
Yeah,
makes things come out of you.
right, right.
Mm.
Welcome, Mirabelle. Welcome. Okay, sorry, Marriott. Go ahead, Jerry.
I've oh yeah. So we're talking about the floods thing, and I was telling my parents that I was watching German TV, and they were showing all these, like multi-story houses. You could only see the roof and maybe like half of the window. And my mom is a redeemed pastor, so she
Oh.
and I get into a rishi kind of discussions that she obviously disagrees with, but she just goes, okay, okay, I heard you. So for me, it's like, okay, we're discussing this. The
Mhm,
people that are supposed to do their job and run the agencies, give them dry food, give them shelter when they have all these kind of storms, the people that were supposed to actually build whatever they were supposed to build, dams and drainage system,
mhm.
that are essentially causing or have a hand in causing the death of millions. How how will they enter heaven, or what kind of confessions can they do to reverse do you
That's
know
a
what I'm
very
saying?
good question. I'm glad. Please, I want to hear the end of it. Continue, I beg. This is
No,
a
the woman
fantastic.
just essentially just said to me, I don't know, because there's a point where you don't answer anymore because you try to, like, we're talking about this and you're talking about how you do something bad and there's karma and then you have to confess, to purge yourself so that you can move on in life. How do those people move on in life? Because you are indirectly causing the death of millions. So how do you go to your church or your mosque or your priest, whatever it is that you go to? How do you move forward in that kind of situation? What are you saying to yourself to overcome the karma that's going to hit you?
Right. So for that, I also still believe that there's karma there. It might not happen directly to them, right? But there's a karma that comes after when your lineage shows up. You hear it sometimes in some families, right? You'll be saying just like what Romari said, and I'm not saying that's what Romari is saying, but I'm just using her statement now to make an example. Beyond karma, some people make bad decisions or go through series of bad luck through their life. Sometimes it's as a result of something that somebody in the lineage did.
Mm.
This world is a mystery. When they say it's a mystery, believe it. This world is so full of mysteries, no joke. People, there'll be things that you just go there, you hear some stories of maybe some families or some people. It's just one thing after the other, after the other, after the other. Sometimes it's as a result of something that somebody somewhere in that lineage that's causing the trouble that they're currently experiencing, right? Now when they now go, for instance, in the African setting, I like to refer back to that. In the African setting, when you go, they will now tell you, oh, somebody in your line had done something. Oh, it's the ripple effect that is now transferring, that's now affecting. Like some families will say, oh, when they get to a certain age, right, they delete. They get to a certain age, they delete. One person will now say, why is this always the case? I need to go and
Mm.
find out why, right? So for the ones that go and pray, or maybe they meet somebody who's good enough, will tell them this is the reason why it's happening like this, right? For
Mm.
those who go the African way, they go and meet somebody, the person will say, was this is what. So life itself is a mystery. there's nothing anybody does that they don't you don't get paid for it. Whatever, however much you spend in, this has to do with your actions, your attitudes, or whatever, right? You get paid. Somebody has to get paid.
Okay, Omoye, what if side chick energy is in my lineage?
Okay,
Because
now.
I at least I know uh two is it two generations or three generations of
Hmm.
transactional worker family. Like grandma did,
Right.
mom did, and the daughter did. Is so what if that's in my lineage now? Kinimashi, what am I going to do?
No, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
spirit
Oh,
of Jezebel.
I
Oh
don't. No, no, no. So it now depends on you. It depends on how. And you see, let's not. Let me just prefix it by saying that I don't know all the answers. Oh. We are just having a
no, we're just
conversation.
having a
So
conversation.
more
Yes.
than all say omo do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I dey use my language beg una now. Make I use Yoruba ejo. So we're just having a conversation. With regards to that, right? When you recognize that there's a pattern, right? Like maybe in your, for instance, I have, my mother was married to a man who had what? My grandmother was married to a man who had what? Three other wives or four other wives. Does that mean that's what I want? Hell to the no. I ain't gonna do that. You know what I mean? So when you notice, for instance, now you say, okay, these people they do transaction for this my family and I don't want that kind thing I beg. You know you can separate yourself from that transaction. You can decide, no, I ain't doing that. Say what did they happen? I believe that thing.
But
So but
sometimes it just
here's
takes over, right?
huh?
Sometimes it takes over the force.
It will take over because maybe because it's that it depends on how long it has been there. But it will not take the force if you refuse it, absolutely refuse it and ask for the help of God, right? Because you know there are certain things that you cannot on your own, right? Get out of. You can't. It's not just
Mhm.
by sheer will. Mm-mm. So you need the force of a creator to say, I really don't want this in my life. I want to do this differently. I need your help because there will be opportunities that will present itself. But because that transaction has been in that lineage, guess what? People will be coming to buy with the same money. Oh. They'll be coming to buy. You will be getting tested. Like it will feel like a test. But it will now require you saying, I recognize this, I recognize where it is coming from, and I have the help of God, so I ain't gonna do this. Because even though I know that this thing is here, I don't, that is not the direction I want my life to go. You understand? So
Yeah.
that's what I would say there. I mean, of course, I don't have all the answers. We're just having a conversation based on my own, understanding of how some of these things work. Having heard other people's stories, and observing so many things, I realized that this life is a mystery. And what you allow will take over. If you allow, for instance, right, I am very sure it's very easy for anyone to say, I want to be a second wife because a lot of men, especially in Africa, in Nigeria, they'll come, fine girl, I beg, let me just, don't worry, I will take care of you. Is it not just money? Just, I will build you a house, buy you a car, you don't have to do anything now. Just take this small money just to take and buy champagne for the night, right? It's very easy. Those are easy things to do. But the difference now will be maybe A will say, omo, see money, no more suffering. That's it. Oh, Mobori Wale, I've entered.
Yeah.
Another person will say, no, I don't want this, man. I don't want any part of it. And it will they will have to put in the effort to ensure that they don't allow themselves get carried away, even though they are facing difficulties, maybe money no day. You are not tempted to say, but that allergy be they ask me out to make I just grieve for them, make this my problem just finish. So it will require a lot of, discipline on your part, and of course with the help of God, if that transaction has been there. That's
Mhm.
what. Yeah.
Somebody joined it.
Yeah, FT. Sorry. Oh my God, that's true. Welcome, FT.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. FT, what's your name? Is it FT or?
It's Fabs Tolly.
Oh, Fabs, darling. I know you. I know you. I recognize you from the comments. Welcome,
I-
welcome. Happy Friday.
Let me give
So
my
good to hear your voice. Your voice is so neuroso.
Oh my, yeah, you didn't do this voice and this accent when I called.
Marriott. Marriott.
Oh my god.
Marriott. How many
Mirabel,
times did I
please
call you?
speak to Omoye in the comments. She didn't welcome me this way, by the way.
Fab Solid, don't mind Marriott. Ignore her. Marriott always likes to look for my trouble. Hmm? She and I will understand each other. Don't worry. Marriott, okay, don't worry. I will give you your own flowers. Don't worry. Just chill. The flower I will give you, you have not seen it yet. Don't worry. Calm down. Fab Solid, yeah. So which you get to talk for this Ogbonge matter?
I don't know where I got in on the conversation, but I just got in the middle. I heard what you were talking about, and I said, "This one is more than writing comments. Let me um cast some light on this thing." Like, I think you've taken it. You're more like evolved on the matter than most people in, like, let's say Nigerian society, because you have to even know that the thing you're doing is wrong before you feel guilty about it.
Hmm.
Where they're growing up, like, everybody's doing it. Nobody is telling you it's wrong. It's a sharp thing to do. It shows you have sense. You know the way. The people that know the way are doing it that way. It's like it's the norm. There's nobody along the way during the formative years to tell you, unless you have like parents that are really, mindful to tell you that thing is wrong. There's so many incidents, not just like, taking people's men or sleeping with somebody's husband. There's so many examples of that. So, imagine having problems now. You, instead of you to have guilty conscience, somebody will now tell you, oh, it's somebody that is doing you. Is that your friend? Or is that uncle? Or is that, so it's like it's a cycle that continues because we don't have that in our, in our culture, that this thing
Mm-hmm.
is wrong. We don't have those morals. Like in the olden days, they had the fear of the gods. Like if you lie, the god can come and strike you, and everybody's afraid, and nobody wants to do the wrong thing because they really believed in those gods. But now it's like people just know that there are people getting away with it. The leaders are getting away with it. So if you don't do it, you're not smart. It's the person that gets caught that is a thief. It's not.
Right.
So it's like when you get caught, instead of feeling guilty, you're like, who did me? Who set leg for me? Who made me, you know,
Yeah.
find that person? I have to get spiritual protection against that person. I have to get away with it like the other person. And that's how the circle continues. Like
Hmm.
a lot of people don't have remorse. Even when you're telling them, they're like, it's almost like you're disturbing their peace. Like they didn't even feel bad about it before. Like when they moved to the West or something, and they
Mm-hmm.
in how people think differently, or people know the difference between right and wrong, and it's like they're so convicted, they're so disturbed, they can't even go back to that way anymore. So it's like
Right.
in that environment, like it's a lot of issues. Like you just sometimes you don't even feel bad for people because they don't even know what they did was wrong when they were young, because everyone was doing it. They're beautiful, men have money, all their friends are doing it. Like it's just what was happening.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what, Fab Solo, you actually raised a very valid point, because I think I was having a conversation with someone, like, I want to say a couple of days ago, and I was saying I don't remember this. I don't recognize this Nigeria. The Nigeria I grew up in, I don't recognize this. Even though it wasn't rosy, don't get me wrong, it wasn't like Nigeria was fantastic when I was growing up, right? We still had the no light, no whatever, no water, and all of that, right?
Yeah.
However, there was a sense of discipline. there were morals where there's certain things you can't be. I mean, when I would go out and maybe my dad's friends would see me somewhere, but before I get home, my parents already know where I went to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? So as you're coming through the door, when they look you two times, you already know, say, oh, more, you better start recanting. Where did you go? Or yeah, be saying it before they ask you. But when I hear the things that are coming out from Nigeria now, it boggles my mind because I don't recognize this Nigeria. I recognize a Nigeria where it was clear what was allowed and what was not allowed, what was expected of you and what was not expected of you, and there were no questions asked. Now, I'm not saying that everything was done absolutely correctly, but there was a sense of value. Principles were there.
Right.
Now, you are actually right, because the society now is so porous. People have lost that sense of moral anchor. Abi how they take dey talk am for English. All the English speakers, help me, oh. Your girl is struggling with English right now. But anyway, so A is doing it, B is doing it, C is doing it, A to maybe like Y is doing it. What's now your own W and Z?
Mm-hmm.
You are not seeing anything that will make you choose differently or do something differently, right? Because everybody around you is doing it. So if you now choose to be different, it will be as though there's something wrong with you. And for people who don't have the what's it called, the self-control and the self-discipline, ah today they will join. If you can't beat them, you join them. So even if you were not exposed to it at home, when you go to school, there are people who will expose you to it. So you are right. I think I don't always put into consideration when I'm talking about Nigeria. I don't think about it in terms of now. My mind is always set on when I was growing up in Nigeria, how it was. Now people are doing it. Some of them don't even know that what they're doing is wrong.
Right. Because
You're
sometimes you're
right.
talking
You're right.
about their problems, and the way they analyze it is like something outside of themselves is responsible. And you just
Mm,
have you thought about maybe what you did wasn't right, or it doesn't
mm-hmm.
matter. So yeah, I think it's really common. A lot of these issues, it goes, you can trace it back to that.
So would I okay, having said that, would can we now say that it, the breakups that we're seeing now with marriages, the crash of marriages and all of that we're hearing left, right, and center, can we now say that it's as a result of the decadence that has been created into society? This is the result of it.
I don't know. I think for men,
Mm.
for women, they don't have a good understanding of what they're getting into when they say they're getting married, like their responsibilities, the commitment, the values that they should uphold as married people. I just think people don't think that deeply. So once things don't work out the way they want, or it becomes challenging, they just decide to go their separate ways. Seems the easy route, you know.
Right. And because because we're talking now about, people don't know when they're even if what they're doing is wrong. Some of these people just do it because that's life, they want to catch their fun, right? So I'm saying that based on the fact that some of these people don't even know that they're doing something wrong,
Right.
the crashing up and down that we are seeing currently in the news every day,
Mm-hmm.
could we now trace it to, because I mean, I'm not saying that marriages were so perfect 100% back then. We all
Mm-hmm.
know what's up, what's going on, right? But the way it is happening right now, with people doing whatever they're doing without some of them recognizing that what they're doing is even wrong. There's nobody to tell them otherwise. They're all surrounded by people that are enabling them. Now
Right.
we are seeing this now in marriages, where marriages are not lasting as they ought to anymore. People don't take their relationship seriously anymore. Could we now say that it's as a result of that decadence? of years of people not knowing whether what they are doing is wrong or not.
Mhm.
I beg, I will sleep with Tom, even though he's married. So is it a big deal? You know?
Sorry, I have something to say towards that because I'm not really
Sure.
sure I agree. I'm not really like
Okay.
because it is the in this story, in this woman's analogy that she gave, it is the men that are cheating on their partners. Where is the energy for the people that are violating their vows? Like in her, you know, come to Jesus moment to the women, to some of the women. Oh, you live this life. Maybe that is why this is happening to you. The only thing that has changed since the time that you're describing, when they weren't divorcing so much and where the marriages weren't crashing, the force multiplier here is the women. The women have decided that, okay, I don't want to live this life. And the men have not changed. Where is the
Hmm.
ire for the men that have not changed? Like the men stepping out, marrying multiple people, cheating. This is not new. This is how, like, we all accept, right? This is how our culture has been for a long time. The only thing that has changed is the women saying, okay, I don't want to live this life anymore. Or maybe you don't have enough money. Or maybe you are being violent towards me. Or maybe you are being abusive towards me. The men have not changed. So what I want Nigerian women, the ones, all the aunties that are angry because somebody's sleeping with their husband, where is their ire for the men? They should focus their energy on what is constant here, which is the men that don't respect their own vows, don't respect their marriages. They say there's a side chick. They behave as though the men are always only ever sleeping with one person. Somebody who's a cheater does not stick with one person. They interact with multiple women. So where is the ire for those people?
So, Cynthia, welcome, welcome, welcome. Please, can you respond to? Did you hear Mariel's question?
Oh,
Hi.
and I'm sorry. And just before Cynthia, I'm really, really
Yeah.
sorry. Mirabelle is being very rude to me. Oh my, yeah, you're not doing anything. She's bullying
I didn't
me.
see you. Really?
She called me, she accused me of unmentionable things that I've never done, called me
Oh
up
my
Nepa,
God.
called me all sorts of things because people mistakenly call her Myriad. Is it my
Oh
fault that
wow.
her name is not like a memorable name like mine?
Okay, I don't want to laugh.
Mary,
But I
she
don't.
said you are off
She's
and
gonna
on like
kill me.
NEPA.
She's gonna
NEPA.
kill me.
Mary, you be NEPA.
You people should leave me out of your fight. I beg. I don't know. Anytime I enter
I'm
between you
staying
and
out.
Mirabelle, you guys are always. I don't want to be in the middle. Okay, Mirabelle, leave Marriott alone. Okay, I've said it. Are
Thank
you happy
you.
now?
No, because I'm still going to go and disturb her in the chat.
Okay. Cynthia, welcome, welcome. It's so good to have you.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hi, hi,
Do you
hi.
know, I'm going to a wedding today. So it's funny we're talking about this. I'm even like have anxiety.
Oh, really?
A friend's wedding and just listen to everything that's happening. And they're like this is not like a tribal thing, but they're Igbo couple as well. So I'm like, oh Lord. Like
Oh
hopefully
man.
let's
Have
see.
fun though. I mean,
Yeah,
hey,
it should
there'll
be
be
good. It
good
should be
music and good food for
yeah,
sure.
definitely. Definitely.
Yeah. Did you hear
Um
what Marriott's question
what was
was?
her question? What was her question?
So she was saying, where's the eye for the men who cheat on this women? It seemed like the women
Where's the
are the
what?
where is the anger towards the men?
Oh,
Why are
okay.
the men not the ones? Why are they not suffering their own suffering too, as the women are? Because it seems like the women get hit the hardest.
Yeah.
Especially they get blamed for the Marriott, I beg, make you no be like saying na me they put word in your mouth. Can you
Yeah.
repeat or summarize the question to Cynthia so
Okay,
she can
so
respond?
thank
Mm.
you. So Cynthia, what I'm saying is that not that I disagree with some of the things that the woman has said, that some of these women are facing some of these challenges in their marriages because they were also participants in all these extramarital affairs when they were younger. But I think my problem with that line of thinking is every single day somebody comes to hammer all these women to victim blame. Oh, you did this, that's why this is happening to you. But when
Mm,
I'm for me, it's the men that are stepping out of their marriages has been in our society time immemorial. Nothing has changed from their end.
mm,
The reason for me, from my perspective, that we're having all these divorces and breakups now is because the women have changed. They're demanding more. So, where is the anger towards the people that have refused to change for, again, our society, centuries? Where is the don't do this or this horrible thing will happen to you? It's always about the women and telling them to toe the line. Essentially, they're whipping them to toe the line or this will happen to you. But they're
mhm,
not the problem in this context of a partner is cheating. It is the men that are cheating, right? In this context, I'm not saying only men cheat,
mm.
both cheat, but in this context, it is the men that are the problem. So why don't they make videos to tell men, oh, if you cheat, you be the lonely uncle or the creepy uncle in the club, or you be the lonely uncle with no kids around you? It's
Mm-mm.
always women, or like, leave them alone. Face the people that are
Okay.
doing something wrong in that. That's from me. Like, I don't disagree with her. I just feel like they're missing the elephant in the room to go and try and kill the fly. It like that's how I feel.
Okay, I get your question now. So how I see it basically is I don't know, it might be controversial, but to me, over time, like being in lots of different discussions, kind of listening to different thoughts about men, women, how we react, it's just, I feel like until women understand and accept that even though we're all human, men, women, if you cut us, we all bleed, we all have feelings, we all have a brain, we all have a heart. If you compartmentalize that as we're all humans and understand that men and women are completely different. So what men as a collective value is not the same as what women as a collective value. So I feel like until we as women understand that a man can cheat and can also still, it's not me saying this is just a fact. A man can cheat on his supposed girlfriend or wife that he claims that he loves, and probably he does love that person, and he can still go out and have sex and it just purely be a physical thing, no feelings attached, and still come home and still be a good husband, in quote, that what he thinks is a good husband, in the sense that he's providing and doing all whatever, but still needs to step out because it's a physical thing. I feel like until women accept that that is just how some men are made up, I'm not saying it's right, then I feel like this argument of how men should be viewed in society, shouldn't people come harder? People won't come down harder on men because men and women value different things in terms of relationships. So men are not really that invested in relationships. It's women that have invested in relationships. Do you understand? So I feel like even if a man is, so men don't rally around other men if he's been cheated. Like, I feel like if men, sorry, let me say it again. So if a man is cheating on his wife, more than likely, depending on the type of people he has around him, that's not seen as a bad thing. They will congratulate him and think, "Oh, damn, damn, you got your wife at home, you got a side chick." Like other men will congratulate him. They don't see that as a bad thing. Do you understand? It's only women that will see that and think, you know what? That man is cheating on his wife. The wife is doing ABC for him. That's a terrible thing. And women as a collective will come together and be like, that man is trash. That man is not doing right. But other men are not going to put down that man for the same reason. I don't know if that's making sense. If I'm making sense, or if it's coming across how So I feel like until men view relationships the same, they hold it in the same regard as women hold relationships, I don't think it's ever going to change anything because the perception that men have of relationships is not the same as women. So their outrage will never be on the same level. It's not possible. Do you understand? But I feel like if men cheating started affecting their money, yeah, or started affecting their work, or started affecting their status in society amongst their peers, amongst other men, I feel like that may trigger a change within men to start looking at other men who cheat or who disrespect their partners. You know, if the society hold men on a pedestal where there's more repercussions in terms of their status, that is what affects men more in terms of their ego, then I feel like there could be a shift in society or how men are looked upon when they step out on their wives or whatever. But until that happens, I don't think there's any, there will never be that outrage on men for stepping out because a lot of men don't deem that as a bad thing. It's seen like a badge of honor.
Right. In the African setting, in the
Yeah,
Nigerian
yeah,
setting.
yeah,
Right.
absolutely. You know,
Yeah. Because
polygamy,
they're not
polygamy, yeah,
suffering. Go ahead.
polygamy is accepted. So, this is what I've said before to. Uh, in order for a wife, a second wife to be taken, a man doesn't just walk up to a woman and marry the woman. She has to become a side chick, or there has to be a relationship outside of the the initial marriage that that man had for him to start thinking, hey, I want to take a side, I mean, I want to take a second wife. Do you understand? A man doesn't just walk out into the road, see a woman and say, oh, I'm taking you home to be my side. There would have had to have been some kind of a relationship that would start, right? So that woman essentially becomes a side chick, and it's only those men that then take their side chicks and make them their wives. But that's accepted. So then why can you accept polygamy if a man decides to wife his side chick, but then people are screaming outrage at side chicks? It doesn't, the two, like those two things are complete opposites. One is accepted, but one is a result of the other thing occurring. Am I making sense? Like, I hope I'm making sense. It's really early, but
Yeah.
that's just my
You are
understanding.
making sense. I
Yeah,
understand what you're saying. Is anybody everybody else hearing Cynthia? Neka.
yes, yes,
Um FT, are you hearing?
Yeah, I can
Uh,
hear her. I get what
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Marriott, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm just
yeah,
typing. I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah,
I totally understand what you're saying, Cynthia. It makes a whole lot of sense.
yeah.
Because in
So
the
for me,
African set,
yeah,
yeah, go
in
ahead.
the
Go
African
ahead.
setting, a man is not, the fact that a man is stepping out on his wife, it's not seen as, oh my god, this is earth shattering news. If it was, then they wouldn't do it. The fact is, there is no real, if a man steps out on his wife and he decides to wife marry that side chick or that girlfriend that he has outside, society is accepting it. They only don't accept it when there isn't a title on that so-called side chick, right? That is from what I can see as a Westerner. Even though I'm African, I live in London, I've lived here all my life. But what I see observing it is they accept a man can have a second wife, but people are not accepting of side chicks or women that sleep with married men. But the society allows it. It's not frowned upon. Do you understand? So, how does a woman become a second wife, or a man take a second wife if that woman wasn't in a relationship with him that started as a side chick? The only difference is he has now decided to marry that woman, bring her into a home, but it was still his side chick. But there's no outrage on that. Do you understand? That's why that guy, the actor or whatever he is, he was having an affair for all this time. There was so, I mean, if people knew about the affair, they would have been up in arms. Oh, she's a side chick, she's a home wrecker, blah blah blah. Immediately he married her. Now people are quiet. Yeah, some people are still outraged, but essentially a lot of people are, oh well, he's married her, she's his second wife, he's allowed to have a second wife. So it's like, where does the outrage come from? So what is people's problem? Men are allowed to take second wives in Africa. So the fact that somebody is somebody's side chick or somebody's second wife, men don't hold it in. There's not that disdain for it because it's accepted. That's just my point. So until men hold other men on until other men are outraged at the fact, or it affects men in a way that is more, I feel like that's more, it's more tangible, or it's something that is like, it dents them in their ego or in their pockets, which is more valuable, which is more like valuable to men. It's a currency that's more valuable to men. I don't think it will have there's no effect. There's nothing that will happen in terms of men divorcing or people being outraged at men. It's just, because even as women, we are not even like in unison on that outrage ourselves, because some women will
Right.
support the men that will hype other men, and then some women will be against it. So even as women, we're not even on the same hymn sheet, to be honest, with a lot of these things. And it's a lot of women that perpetuate, like, they if anything, they ride harder for these men that behave badly than even the men.
This is so
So
true.
it, so it's like it's a lose lose, because even men are misbehaving, women are supporting those men and fighting for them, and then men are also supporting those men and fighting for them. So it's only the few women that are standing on the side. But how can you go against two groups, opposing groups, as just one people standing on the side? It's not possible. And then the society is set up to favor men anyway in any actions that they take. So for me, I don't think it will happen in this generation, because it doesn't serve. It's not in their best interest to support women in putting down other men. That's just my opinion. you know. So I hope
You're
that was
absolutely,
enough.
yeah, I mean, I totally understand. You're right, because
Yeah,
women are harder on women. We are the
absolutely,
ones who cause.
absolutely.
That's why I think, Mario, that's why we see the karma from on women. That's why we see that women are the ones being dealt with, because women are the ones who are harder on other women, right, Mario?
Hmm.
Yes, that's right.
Of course, you're not listening to us anymore. You and Mirabel, you are fighting in. I don't know what I would do to you children.
We
Hey,
are listening.
you
You
people
are,
always
I think
fighting.
my
I don't
whole
understand.
argument
Marriott,
is
move
that
move close to Mirabel, or Mirabel move, because I don't. This, you people always fighting. Okay.
no, we
Uh,
are in on the joke.
I can tell. K Baba says, three things are too wonderful for me. Four I do not understand. This is scripture, Proverbs 30. I do not under four, I don't understand. Way of a snake on the rock, the way of a sheep at sea, and the way of a man with a maiden. Yeah, because we cannot completely understand though this man and woman relationship. I don't think we ourselves completely or quite understand it. We really can't. We can't know the depth of it. It's deeper than we think. I think. But I also think that if men and women hold, well, let me say men now, if they
Mm,
really hold themselves accountable and play the roles, right, that the leaders they're supposed to be the servant leader, right,
mm,
that they're supposed to be, a lot of these issues will not be as toxic as it is,
yeah.
because we come from a culture where polygamy is accepted, right? And there are
Mm.
women who are open to this polygamy. I know people, I
Exactly.
know women that are open to this. It's not a problem. Matter of fact, I went to school with a girl who was dating a man that was already married. She was prepping herself to be a second wife. So these are people we, one way or the other, would have met along the way, right? But my own thing is, if you're a man and that's what you want, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no judgment there. You know what I mean? Go
Mm,
after her. Go after a second wife, as long as it's okay with your arrangement with your first wife. There's no
mhm,
problem. But don't force somebody else who, for instance, does not want that for her life, impose it upon her, which is what sometimes happens. The man will meet the woman, no conversation about me bringing a wife home, a second wife, surprise, second wife, nothing like that. You just show up with a second wife. It's devastating. I've heard even Muslim women, they will say, they are prepping another wife for their husband because they are getting busier and they don't have time for their husbands. So they are looking out for a second wife for their husbands. There are women who do it. Till now, even put Muslim aside, traditionally, there are women who still marry women for their husbands. It still they happen till today. You know, if that is your arrangement and it works for you, please do it. You understand? Do
Mm.
you? Ehen. I'm not living the life with you. But if you know that that's not your lifestyle, another thing is also, let's not forget, sometimes women too, manipulation, no, they let us see road. The man
Yeah.
don, you know, in way, you know, say this man cannot stay with one woman. Go
Yeah.
jaw, it's not possible. He's there, the handwriting is boldly written, can't stay with one woman, but you go put your head inside, expecting that the man will now choose you and be satisfied. No, it's not
Yeah.
gonna happen. There are instances like that which we don't know about because the women will not tell us that side of the story. They only tell us what we will feel sorry for them for in most instances, you know. So I just
Yeah.
think that if, as human beings, if we just treated each other better and treated each other fairly. You're a man, I'm a woman. Can we treat each other like human beings first? And then let me know, is your eye for multiple women? If your eye is for both, no problem. I'll be your friend. I'll be advising you from a distance. Why did you do this to wife A and not B? It's not good now. Let me be the one advising you, but don't put me in that situation when you know that you don't have the intention of being a one man, one woman. I think this is the problem that we're also
Absolutely.
running
Yeah.
into. And
And can I,
women,
and yeah,
go ahead,
sorry.
sorry.
So,
Mm.
there was a point that I think you made it before. I was kind of listening, or somebody mentioned and said, that a lot of people don't know that they're doing wrong. I don't believe that at all. I feel like everybody knows when they're doing right, when they're doing wrong, and it's within their conscience. They know what they're doing is wrong. But I feel like the society that we live in now and the way that the world is, most people are only interested in their selfish interest, regardless of other people's opinions, regardless of like we live in a society where it's like I'll do whatever I need to do to get me where I need to get to. I don't care who I step on, who
Hmm.
I offend. So
Right.
it's not that people don't know that they're doing wrong. I mean, I've got kids. Even my children, when they're like 1 year old, you tell them up, like you know when they're walking to like my son used to do this thing like he would, for some reason he would always want to go behind the TV, like the
Right.
TV screen, yeah, as a
Yeah.
toddler, like as a 1 year old. You know,
Right.
he started walking at 10 months and they'll start walking and you'll see him walking and you go, ah, and he'll start crying. So if a 1 year old has that perception of, oh, he knows that he's doing something wrong. And when you stop him, he starts crying because he wants to go and touch whatever's behind, you know, he wants to go and get the wires behind the TV. He'll be, you know, and when you stop him, he gets upset. So if a 1 year old has even a newborn, like I'm saying, that's a newborn baby to me, right? Is able to understand right from wrong. You can't tell me that grown up adults who are making decisions every single day, you go to work, you follow rules, you live in a land or in a country where there are rules, you're not breaking the law because there are repercussions, more than likely. But then any other kind of decisions you're making in your life, you're claiming that, oh, you didn't know right from wrong, you know, you don't know your right from your wrong all of a sudden. Like I think that's just copping out. Everybody knows what they're doing is wrong. I feel like a lot of people nowadays, we just don't care. We don't care who we hurt. We don't care who we offend. We don't care. As long as it serves your self interest and you get what you want from that relationship or from whatever that decision is, you're going to go for it, regardless of the consequences. I just feel like that's the society that we live in. And people lack accountability. You know, a lot of people lack accountability. They like to make excuses. Oh, it's because of this, it's because of that. No, it's not. It's just because you're just a shitty person and you're just a selfish person and you want to do things that suit you and your best interest. That's just it, really.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I wanna
Yeah.
Thank.
continue from where Cynthia what she's talking about. So I agree with her. Like from a Western perspective, I see completely what she's saying. But you have to understand, like people who grew up and were brought up from childhood or teenage years when they started, experimenting with relationships, they didn't have anyone to tell them, no, 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 don't go to the back of the TV and pull. They didn't have those cues in the environment, on
Hmm.
campus or on high school, to tell them those things were, no, no, you shouldn't do that, that's immoral or something. Those things were there. Their men, their teachers, their lecturers, all encouraging it in different ways. It's not right, but at the same time it's not wrong in certain environment. I think it's very difficult to understand because I grew up in Nigeria, but I didn't come of age in Nigeria. So one of my friends, he's over here in the States, and he was like, "Oh, the girls in Nigeria, they know cheating is the norm, that all men cheat." I was like, "No, all men do not cheat." Like, "Oh, you people in America, you take it so seriously. You take relationships like, you people, you don't believe men cheat. Like it's norm. Everybody, all the girls, they know it right from teenagers. So it's like they've been conditioned from a very young age to believe that. So if the men have very low standards for how they conduct themselves with women, the women in that environment are going to, they're going to adapt. It's just, adaptation. They're just going to adapt until maybe they leave the environment and they go to a different place and they see people carrying themselves differently. It's not like a right or wrong thing. They just know the standard is just lower. And I think the men do it on purpose because they know when they come to the West not to do certain things. They keep the standards low because they don't want to be held accountable. They want the women
Hmm.
to tolerate them having their fun, quote unquote, and get away with it. But have you noticed, like, if someone does that to a rich man's daughter or sister, there are consequences to that guy, especially if he's not rich like them. So there are
Yeah.
You
consequences
are
for men,
absolutely right,
but there are no
FT.
Yeah.
consequences. The men just want the women to think, hey, it's no big deal. All the men do that. You're the wife in the house. You should let me have my fun. I take care of you. Like it's just a standard that they teach them from little boyfriends in high school. They just or secondary school. They just teach them from a very young age to accept that that's part of the norm. So the women just find their way of coping and adapting to it. Even though they know
Yeah, I,
it's
I
wrong.
agree. I agree, FT.
Yeah.
I was referring to like right and wrong in terms of I think the moral compass. I think yeah, the word you were looking for before was moral compass when you were looking for the word.
Thank
But
you.
I
I
feel like
saw it. I
yeah,
was like,
so I feel like
yay,
a lot
I
of
have
people.
English people in my
So yeah, I feel like a lot of people they make that excuse as well. I don't know. I feel like come on, a lot of people. There's social media. There's information is but a click away. Do you understand? So, and I feel like even in the most rural areas, you're still able over generations and over different year, like people moving around. Everybody's exposed to certain things that should shape your thinking, but it's only for you to kind of, I mean, it's when you know better, you can do better, isn't it? So I definitely agree with what FT said in terms of the environment sometimes is set up in a way that's is kind of against those people that are in those kind of, but even so, when they even come out, they still perpetuate those same behaviors as well, even though they still know better, and you might be in another country for example. So I don't know. I think it's a society thing. I feel like until it affects men as much as it affects women, that's the only way it will change.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's the
agree
Guys,
with
men.
you
Yeah,
there.
can I chip
yeah,
in to say something, please?
Yeah,
yeah.
BB, yeah, sure. Thank you. Welcome.
Um, First off, greetings to everyone.
Hey.
This is a very hmm, it's a very deep and at the same time not a very deep topic. Um, I will preach what I always preach: know thyself. Any woman, any girl that knows herself very well will know what to take and what not to take. And the preaching of assertiveness, female assertiveness, wasn't a very popular topic in our mother's generation's time back home in Nigeria. And I'm speaking to Nigeria right now. It wasn't something that was loudly upheld. Women were more or less seen than heard. A good example I always ask is, why is it that the woman carries a child for 9 months, and the day that child is going to be married, the female child, the woman, the mother is silent? In fact, sometimes she's not even invited where they are deliberating the dowry, but she carried that child. If there's anybody that should have a say so, it should be the mother, because this is her moment of all her hard work in raising that child. Because, truth be told, the men in Nigeria, quote and unquote, are visitors in their own houses. The mothers are the ones that do most of the work. The mothers know their kids more. Some parents, some dads that were not very involved, they have no clue what their kids are doing. They come back, they see them, that's it. So I think that's the first thing we should take into consideration. The assertiveness, the stand up, I can take any crap, I won't take any crap generation, only just began a few years back. So women were not seen as important or seen to play any important role. And more so for some cultures. You talk about the northern culture, they don't even regard them as anything. If they had a bit of more power, they will say, this one don't say I. The eye don't open. So you know go hear with the person won't talk again. Or maybe the female child went to school and is well schooled. Ah, this one which she don't know small books, so person no go fit talk am again. No, be quiet so that somebody will marry you. So that respect, that foundational respect is not given to the girl child. And that girl child grows up with that ideology. It's except that child steps out of her comfort zone and is stubborn enough to say, no, I won't take this. This is what I want to do. And even at that, there's even setback. You might have, at least I have heard when someone said, don't go and marry that man's daughter. Well, she goes to school, so she not go clean hear word again. Now you want put that kind of person in the house, you not go hear you. So with that mindset, you now get into marriage. And then it's in a society where women were not particularly applauded when they had their own businesses. They were not particularly celebrated when they did their own achievement. Few here and there were, but majority, it wasn't like that. The man was the one going home and bringing back home the bacon. The woman was, this is your house, this is your parameter. If she was stubborn enough, she'll start doing kobo kobo. And by then, by when she has her own financial independence, then she can face whatever comes. But you see, I've heard a man once, the one big woman, I won't mention name, that knew that the husband was cheating. Koro, koro. What will this woman do when the man impregnates one of his girlfriends and he did many? She will go and collect all the children one by one and raise them. She raised the kids because the society saw her as the madam and she was going to do anything to maintain that place. Now, that's one aspect. Another aspect is the woman that wants to leave may not have the backing, may not financial backing, may not have the moral support, may not have the emotional stamina to walk out and still remain in that same environment, society, city, state with the man without being shamed. Let's call it a spade a spade. A divorcee woman in Nigeria has to fight tooth and nail to be heard. And that's the society that we live in. So it's not as if the women don't want to leave. But when they think of A, B, C, D, E, you go rest. A lot of times the kids now grow up and say, hey, mommy, you should have left. Why didn't you do this? Why are you taking this from daddy? You don't know what the woman saw to sit down there. A good example is this May Edoche and Yul Edochie. Tell me, you can't tell me this woman did not know something was going on. There is no how anybody will tell me that She was blindfolded all these years that you did not know. You know the kind of industry your husband belongs in, and you only know there are certain things that comes with it. Period. Now, how far you want to take it is up to you. And in this particular case, he went as far as having a child. And even as that is happening now, I am not into the public domain of everybody coming out to wash your dirty linens in public. But you have come this far and you've left yourself hanging because people don't know what's going on. Is she staying? Is she leaving? Has she left? What is the storyline? Why is he bragging? What is going on? And then until you now hear the XYZ, oh, she can't just walk out like that. If she walks out, she'll leave her kids behind. Which mama won't leave in Peking behind for another woman to raise? Like, except now the point of living and unliving. Now you go waka. But you take a look at your kids. This is not about the material things the man has or you've helped the man to build now. But this is looking at your blood. It will be hard for you to walk away. What they will do instead is you will sit down, take all the crap, and when the time comes, you'll be like, all right, my kids are old enough now to take care of themselves. I am taking a walk. So our society has so many intricate things attached to married life, marital affairs, that even if you hold the men responsible, it is hard for the woman to pick up her bags and walk out without looking back. It is very, very hard because she has so many things fighting against her. And apart from all of that, it starts from the foundation, from the girl child. How many mothers, I keep saying it. Mama tell Pikin tell mama say, oh mommy, I want to marry. I found a person. How many mamas sit down say, my Pikin, as you won't go marry, so see now so marriage be oh. What you hear is what is the color of your shabi? Ah, I have to tell you, Yarisi, please let us plan. We're going to buy goats. Ah, how many bags of rice do we need? The voile lace we're going to wear. Ah, of the women of the church, the society. You will not hear, I am yet to see anybody write an article that say, when I was about to get married, this is what my mother did. This is what she told me. This is how, for my in my side, you have the fattening room. But then how much of it is done? And that culture is gradually dying down because people don't see the need in it. So until that girl child is empowered that, you know what? You're a beautiful girl. You have 10 toes and 10 fingers, just like any male. You do not allow any boy or any male put you down. You do not take anything from anybody. You can walk by yourself and earn your keep. And if you get into that house and you cannot take it, you have my permission to walk out. When we start training our girl child like that, maybe they will start seeing things differently. But as it is right now, where one Olori Buruku decided that she has to sing song and gather all the women to wear wedding gown and she's singing, and those ones are all there praising her, and people are clapping and giving them accolades. It go hard. It go hard. Truth be told, now Nigeria we do. Now Nigeria na in dey there. Those people no agree. They no agree. They are ready to okomini, fisile fun mi okomini. They will take the crap, sit down, clean their mouths as if nothing happened. That's my contribution.
Wow. In fact, I completely agree with you. Everybody's brought some very, very strong points, and I won't even lie. To be honest with you, I thoroughly enjoyed every contribution on here, honestly. And I don't know what happened to FT. FT, where are you? FT was dropping major comments earlier. I don't know. FT, come back, come back. Anyways, thank you so much, FT. Just in case you're not able to join back, thank you for your contribution. I really, really enjoyed your contribution. Please call back, oh, I beg. We need to continue to talk this matter. So what I wanted to say, Bibi, is that, I think to FT's point, as she mentioned, most of these people, say, now when you go do better. Oh. Now, if you know better, you do better, right? Some of these people don't even, they live in environments where they don't even know that they can even have self-confidence. They don't even know what self-confidence is. They don't know what self-esteem is. So imagine growing up all your life, right, in the same very toxic circles. And then it takes you years to even come out of it, because you don't even, it takes you years to even realize that you were in a toxic situation. And by the time you realize it, you're already up there in age, right? And then you now start to do the work. Do you know how much hard work goes into that? There are people literally in their, some of them in their 50s, 60s, for the first time saying, wow, I didn't know I had this. Who was it? I think I was listening to Betty Rabo, one interview she gave. I just saw a small clip of it where she was saying that she didn't even, she's in her 60s now, that it is now she's enjoying life. I mean, if anyone knows Betty Rabo, she was, I think she has a few magazines. She's a journalist and she writes like all these magazines that we used to have back in Nigeria then. But when you saw her, then you think, man, this woman is living the life. She has all this confidence. She has a supportive husband, blah, 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 blah. Some of these women in Nigeria do not grow up in an environment where self-esteem is sorry, I went off for a minute. Anyway, some of these women did not have the opportunity to grow up in environments that will help them become self-confident or even understand what that concept means. And then even while growing up in that environment, next thing they have a man just show up and say, I want to marry you. You hear comments like, I got married because I was trying to run away from home. I was trying to get away from home, or I'm trying to get away from a situation I found myself. That's why I got married. So they don't even understand what they are getting into in the first place. They now get into it, and it's another toxicity all over again. So there's that part of it, which I think sometimes when we talk about it, we don't really pay attention to that, because like I was saying earlier, the Nigeria that I'm hearing about right now, it feels strange to me, because I don't remember, this is not the Nigeria I grew up in. The things that are coming out from there, the stories you hear, it doesn't, I can't relate to it, right? But imagine a child right now growing up in Nigeria, nobody's around that child to point to them or tell them what they should or should not do. In the case of Cynthia, her son was trying to get behind the TV. There's nobody telling the child, pull that child from behind the TV and say, no, don't touch those wires. They might hurt you. Nobody's saying to that child, no. Did we not just hear a story, which I really didn't want to get into, of how what that a grown man did to his own child? There's something wrong there. There's something fundamentally wrong, because even animals don't do that to their own offspring. So for a man to get to that point where he does that and he does not flinch, it's disturbing. So a lot of people are growing, and a woman, somebody married him, and we don't know what that particular young girl situation was before she decided to get into that relationship with him. Maybe the information is out there, but I never bothered to look, because it's just one story I don't want to dig into. You
And
know?
you know what I agree on my so there was this I was watching a podcast, and they had this, there's a Nigerian woman, she's set up an organization. It's like for it's like a counseling,
Mm-hmm.
and she was saying, so it's like for you to be able to, for black and brown people to basically be matched with counselors that would look like you, so that at least you're able to relate, because a lot of counselors tend to be white, or and when
Right,
a black person comes to go for counseling, you can't really relate. I feel like white people, no matter how much training they have, they can't really relate with your experiences, because it's very rare that they live similar kind of experiences. They don't
right,
understand Africanness, one, they don't understand you as a black person, two. So that's the barrier. So this particular lady, she started the organization with kind of bridging and matching people that are going for counseling with counselors that are black, Asian, Indian, whatever, right? And she was saying that of all the um people that have come in for counseling, do you know that the majority of those people that came for counseling are Nigerians?
Hmm.
The majority of the people that she has seen come through or have
Mm-hmm.
opted to go for counseling, a high percentage of them are Nigerians. So to me, that
Hmm.
says a lot that there's something in the community. I mean, within Nigeria, and even me, just as somebody looking and constantly hearing these stories, I'm not saying that these stories don't happen in other parts of Africa. 100% they do. But I feel like fundamentally, there's something that is wrong with the society, that is broken somewhere, because it's like a reoccurring thing, whether it's trauma or it's just like it's like constant, you know. So there's something there that needs to, I don't know, that needs to be stripped back and healed, and then the work can be done as a community. But I don't know how that will happen. I mean, these conversations are definitely help, like the platforms, like anti-abuse platforms, so many platforms that, you know, that's exposing especially African women and changing their outlook and changing their mindsets through having these conversations. I think it's very important to educate people, and slowly but surely, hopefully, even if it just affects one person. But I found that really interesting that the majority of people that were going for counseling tended to be Nigerians. So it says a lot, you know. Um, and even just for myself as another, like, I mean, I'm East African, just looking at the kind of the dynamics in terms of the society and how they view marriage, and um like the communities and how people rally around maybe like a widow or somebody who is ostracized, let's say, from the community, a divorcee, a single parent. It's not we don't, in Uganda, it's not like that, you know. So I find it's such a weird concept to me that just because somebody's not married, for example, you cannot rent what do you call it, like an apartment. I've heard
Oh
friends
yeah.
say that,
Oh
and I
yeah.
just feel like in this day and age, like, is
You
this what is
can't.
important to people? I don't
Yeah.
understand. You have to go and bring your husband, or you have
Mm-hmm.
to go and pretend that you're married so that you
Yep.
can rent a house
Oh yeah.
in 2022. This is
Yeah.
what
I
we're
hear
still
it's
doing.
getting better now. I mean,
You know?
I hear it's getting better on that, on that angle, but I mean, there's still people who have the same mentality and will still enforce the same thing. So if you go to
Yeah.
certain
So
places to, yeah, yeah,
it's crazy. I don't know. It's something that is like a societal, there's definitely a problem in the society as a whole. And I just feel like it's good that we have these platforms where we're having these conversations to educate people, because I feel like through education, hopefully change will come about. Because a lot of the, like Bibi was saying, a lot of these people in those situations, they don't know any better, and then they have kids, and the same information or limited information that they have, it just carries on to that generation. And then those
exactly.
kids will grow up, and unless somebody breaks that kind of um pattern, it just
Right.
continues. The cycle
Yeah.
just continues. That's the
Oh
problem,
yeah.
you
Yeah.
know? So
That's the problem, and that's why we're seeing what we're seeing, because it keeps
yeah,
replaying itself. So
yeah,
when Marriott was asking earlier, what about the men? What is the punishment for the men, when they're, because they're the ones who are perpetrating some of these things, right? It's a circle, because women are brought up to expect, less from the men. They are brought up to do everything, like, oh, you're the woman, so you should do
yeah,
this, you should do that, you should take care of him, don't talk too much, don't say too much, don't ask too many questions. If you ask too many questions, you too know your position. You hear all these things,
yeah,
and then the parent will not pass it down to their own children and say, don't talk like this when you're with a man, when you're in his house, do like this, don't do like this, do like. I'm like, are you people seriously kidding me? You know what I mean? And it depends on if you're lucky to have like, for me, I had parents who did not see man or woman. Everybody did the same work. Everybody got the same house chore. So
Yeah.
one week it is somebody's turn to cook, do the cleaning of the house, and prep for school for the week, for the whole week, for the rest of us, right? So when it's the turn of the boys, my goodness, they do it. They even do it better than the girls. It now became like competition. You know, my dad would say, the boys are, hey, the boys clean better than you people. Oh, hey, this is, it now became like a competition. And I see it now in their adult lives. They do everything. They're very self-sufficient. You don't need them. My brother cooks for you today, you're gonna bite your finger. So it
Yeah.
depends. If you're lucky, if you're not lucky to have parents like that, then
Yeah.
my dad was the kind of man that said, go to school. Where did they go school reach? Go on. If not to get fellowship, like just keep going to school, educate yourself, continue to that was his mentality. But I can't say that for everyone because I grew up with friends who did not have that. I grew up with friends who their fathers were not in their lives. Some of them grew up in very toxic environments. Some of the things that I knew early, they didn't know until they were much older. You know what I mean? So it's, to your point, Cynthia, is a problem in the society. And this
Yeah.
is why I feel like we cannot stop having this conversation. Even though sometimes it can be overwhelming when you hear some of the stories, but we can't stop because hopefully, hopefully, as we continue to have these conversations and talk about these things and everybody comes and shares their take on it, somebody
Yeah.
will be passing by, right, and
Absolutely.
listen and say, you know what, that thing makes sense. So, because nobody knows it all. Like, I know I've learned a lot just being on social media and joining the right platforms.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
it's a it's a different. And I personally, to answer Marriott's question, I think because that she was really hopping on that. Do the men get karma? Yes, they do. Men get their karma, but they just don't talk the way women talk. We are very communicative. We share. Men don't. A man, there's so many things that can affect a man, you know that could be termed as karma. There's nobody that
Mm.
gets out of, you don't there's no way you're not going to get you paid for whatever work you do. If you plant a seed, it's going to grow at some point, right? So the chickens will always
Absolutely.
come home to roast at some point. So yeah, men do get. So Marriott, if you're still here, men they collect too. They too, they get their karma. So don't even get it twisted. But I think, to BB's point, knowing yourself, right, it all goes back to this. I've seen this pattern in my family. I'm not going to be a candidate for this type of
Yeah.
things happening
Definitely.
in my life. So I'm going to choose difference, right?
Yeah, definitely. And
So,
even and just try to be like a parent intentionally, Like it's
mm-hmm,
your duty, obviously, if you have kids, the children that are coming up now, like I have kids and I make sure that, my parents, they were not perfect, but they did the best that they could with the knowledge they had. And I know that there's certain things that I will take and raise my, implement in my children. And there's some things that I'll just be like, nah, I'm not doing that. I didn't
exactly.
like how that worked for me. I didn't like how that made me feel.
Ah,
I'm not gonna do that. So,
exactly.
yeah, but I feel like a lot of parents, they just feel like, oh, that happened to me, and I'll still continue to do it. That it can't be like that. Else,
No, it can't.
how will the change come? Like with my kids, I have a boy, I have a girl. My kids, they do the same work. My son doesn't have the option,
Wonderful.
and he's the young, and he's the baby. He's just 9,
Mm-hmm,
but
mm-hmm.
I've never we don't have gender roles in the house, like, oh, this person, that person. You
Right,
do the work based on your ability and your understanding. Of course, if he's 9, I'm not gonna if he's like 2 years old, I'm not gonna get him to start, cleaning the whole house, hoovering the whole house. But even at 2 years old, he would get the little duster, he will be dusting whilst we're cleaning. He thinks it's a game. There's nothing wrong with that.
right, right.
And my
Yeah,
daughter, she'll come to the kitchen, she'll cook. Sometimes if she doesn't want to cook, she doesn't have to cook. Come, like, it's not
exactly.
every day in your house when you're a so-called wife or whatever, you want to cook. There's days when we have Friday, I don't cook. Friday's my day off. I don't cook. We order takeaway.
Yep.
It doesn't make me less of a mother, less of a wife. Hello,
Yes.
do you understand? So you have to
Absolutely.
adapt. You know, you have to adapt with the times. And I know that when I get married, I'll still do that. It's not every day
Right.
I want to be cooking and slaving in the kitchen. It doesn't
No.
make you less of a wife. It doesn't make you less of a mother because you want to not cook dinner. You want to get takeaway or you want to, eat out or whatever, So I feel like some of these kind of archaic mindsets, they need to be erased with each generation. And people need to
Mm-hmm.
actively work on getting rid of those kind of stereotypes or those perceptions so that they can have better human beings that they're
Absolutely.
growing up. Yeah, definitely. And as for
Absolutely.
my and for my son specifically, being that
Mm-hmm.
he's a black boy, and
Yeah.
eventually he'll become a black man. So there's so many things already against him in terms of society.
Exactly.
So I need to work
Mm.
even harder to make
Mm-hmm.
sure that his perception and his interactions, especially with women, are always positive and are conscious,
Right.
you know?
Oh my
So even
God.
at this
Yeah.
age, like, at a young age, I really try to instill in him things like consent, in a way that he understands, you
Mm-hmm.
know, so that when he
Right.
gets older, it's not a shocking thing that, oh, if somebody says no, understanding boundaries, respecting people's space, personal space, all these type of things. And
Right.
it has to start from now. You can't let him get to 18 and start trying to teach him these type of things,
Nope. It will be.
so
Yeah.
I feel like
Yep.
a lot of people, you just try and be intentional as your parent, it's your
Right.
responsibility. So
Right. Hopefully, people here, parents, if you're a parent here, you're listening and you're hearing
yeah.
what Cynthia is saying, and you can adapt, you can use that too for your household. Because if we really want the type of society that we desire, we need to start doing the work. And the work starts with you and I. I mean, it's not going to fall on our laps, so it's not dropping from the sky. It has to
Yeah.
be done. For some, it's hard work, but for others, it's a constant reminder. But whatever, you do how much you can do, go as far as you can and do the best you can, because man, we need to try and leave this world better than we found it. And to Neka's comment here, she said, I think there's outrage towards the men's behavior, but we're not loud enough yet. This acceptance of these attitudes men have towards relationships have been embedded in our psyche, yeah, especially in Nigeria. There's so many outrageous things that have happened that I would expect that the entire Nigerian women will march out and shut down the entire country because of the level of abuse that they're receiving. But it doesn't happen. And
It
it
doesn't
bothers
happen.
me
Mm.
because it encourages the men to continue. I mean, I listened to some videos of some women on TikTok and even on YouTube sometimes and on Instagram, and some of them will say, these our men, they are like babies. Oh, can you imagine? You have to do this for them. You have to. In my mind, I'm like, does this girl hear herself? Would she ever get it? Because everything that she just came to play out really pokes holes into her relationship. It tells you the type of relationship she has. It tells you that she's a servant in the relationship because you have to do everything for the man. The man cannot do anything. The man, are you a robot? Only you will clean, you will wash, you will cook, you will do the other side of the bedroom, in the bedroom style tactic. You will one human being. I mean, I don't know. Most of those women in Nigeria are overworked and underpaid.
Underpaid.
That's the best way I can put it, because if you
Definitely.
really, and as a man, and I tell my male friends, like, you guys need to really come to terms and start to ask yourselves questions. Really, you really don't have to wait for the women to take, to decide that they want to, make change happen. You can start, you know by by treating your wives better, and doing things that you're expected to do. It's alarming. What do you When you guys hear that your friends or a guy did this to another, how does it make you feel? What if that was your sister? What if that was your daughter? Put yourself in some of these shoes, because without you, man, we can't really make the change because the men have to be they have to agree to it. They have to say yes. They have to accept that yes, we need to start making changes. If the men are silent, it's disturbing for me because I feel like we need to hear more of the men even carrying this banner and shouting and say the only person I see doing it is Dr. Shola. He's the
Yeah.
only one that's unapologetic about it. He says because of that, a lot of people don't like him. A lot of
Mm,
people don't like him. A lot of people don't. A lot of these Nigerian people, Nigerian men and women, don't even listen to him. But they don't know
yeah.
that this man is telling them things that will literally save their lives.
Yeah. But and you know what? I was watching like I don't follow Big Brother Nigeria, right? I don't watch Big Brother at all. I have no
Neither
interest in
do
it.
I. Yeah,
But
me
there
too.
was something that happened there that is like it goes to show the kind of society that Nigerian. It
Mhm.
literally was showing the Nigerian society at play, right? So
Mhm.
there was the guy, the Shegs guy, and the girl Bella. Their relationship, you're watching play by play of a narcissist. If it's like a textbook narcissist, right? And
Wow.
the manipulation, like the verbal kind of abuse in the relationship was there for everybody to see. But yet still, women are the ones that are like, oh no, I love Shegs. Oh my God, he's
Hmm.
such a good guy. Then do you know what happened? There's a girl in the UK. Her name is called. There's a YouTuber, right? I follow this girl.
Mhm.
I've been following her for years. I even buy like hair from her. She does hair and stuff like this.
Mhm.
She's a London girl, right? A young
Right.
girl. So apparently she was dating this guy, okay?
Right.
But almost like in 2020 she released a video because she went off social media for like a long time and she wasn't doing her videos or anything. She kind of went
Mhm.
ghost off social media and then she came back and she was walking like with crutches and she was saying, oh guys, I haven't been doing my videos because I've been ill, like I was in hospital, I injured my leg. So for a long
Mhm.
time she was saying that she injured her leg, but there was no story, right?
Mhm.
Until eventually she came out with the story and said that she put out like a video and it was like an hour plus video and she basically detailed that she was in a relationship with a guy and the guy
Mhm.
was a narcissist. He was abusive, like verbally abusive, mentally abusive, all this type of thing. He was toxic guy, okay?
Mhm.
And then she was saying that how she injured her leg, she never told her family or her friends. She was saying that she was so scared of the guy. One time they were arguing. He used to like throw her on the bed. He used to like throw stuff at her, smash up her things. You know
Oh
that type
my
of aggressive
God.
person, right? So
Right.
one day she was running and from her flat, she missed the stair and fell down seven flights of stairs. And that's how she broke her leg, right? Turns out that this fool was this so-called guy now Shegs that entered the Big Brother house.
Hmm.
Are you following, right?
Yeah.
So, anyways, this guy has gone into Big Brother house now. The girl released a video like back in 2020. She broke up with him. They weren't together. So we thought, the audience, right? Apparently, they had got back together at some point this year, whatever reason. And the
Mhm.
guy had now gone into Big Brother house. So he's now with this girl on the Big Brother and he's doing the exact same thing that he was doing to that girl. He speaks down to the girl, he insults her, he love bombs her,
Oh
he
my
like he
God.
on TV. Yet still, people will see this stuff and they'll say, "Oh no, Shegs is a good guy because he's good looking. He's 6 foot. He's tall. He's a Yoruba guy. You know, like women will always make excuse for men like this,
Oh
always.
my God.
It's not even the men. And then then apparently the video came out, right? Somebody leaked the video, that girl's video, and then the guy now was saying, oh no, to the girl, oh, when you come out of the house you may hear girls saying that I did this to them, I did that to them, don't believe them, right?
Mhm.
And it turns out that apparently people from his camp got that video and started circulating it and trying to paint him in a like he was trying to make himself in a better light, if it makes
Right.
sense. Do you know
Mhm.
that women in Nigeria on Nigerian Twitter started going and insulting this girl, right? This girl, Bemi, the YouTuber.
Wow.
The way they were dragging this girl was minding her business in London. People were dragging her saying, "Oh, it's because that guy is with that girl in the Big Brother house. She's a clout chaser, or she's lying about what happened to her. It's because the guy is in Big Brother house. She wants to come and take his shine. She's a hater. It's because she wants to break up Bella and Shegs' relation." This girl posted this video 2 bloody years ago, and she never named this guy, right?
Hey. Uh-huh.
They were dragging her to the point that she came out and she released this like on Twitter, and she came with her fact like evidence, and she was like, "Listen, I'm saying this once and I'm saying this for the last time because I'm tired of people." They were like tagging her brands that she works with and telling them
Mm-hmm.
to drop her. You know, like being malicious, reporting her YouTube, trying to get her YouTube taken down. Like, so then when you ask and you say, okay, what is the motivation for these women? It's women that's doing this. It's not even men. It's women that is doing this to another woman. A woman has
Wow.
come out and said that this she never mentioned this guy's name, and she never said that he hit her, but she said he was abusive and she was scared, right? And she was
Hmm.
running because he was chasing after her. She was
Mm-hmm.
running and she fell. That's all she said, and she broke her leg. And they were dragging her and saying she was lying. How?
Oh my God.
How?
Hey.
But then how is your society supposed to change when, to me, I don't feel like it's men that's the problem. It's women that is the problem.
That's
It's the
true.
women that is the
Yeah,
problem. Because the
I
women
agree.
are the ones, the man will come out and be an abuse. The man will be a abuser, right? He will be a wife beater. He will, the wife will eventually get courage. Let's say first wife will leave. The second woman that goes to date him, some other woman will still go and date this man, right?
Hmm.
Some
Yeah.
other woman will still go and marry that so-called divorcee, right? Some other
Yeah.
woman will still go and marry that man with 5 kids, 5 baby mothers. Another woman will think, yeah, I'll still go. So it's like, it's not the men that is the problem. I say it's the women. We are the problem, right?
We
Because
are.
if we stop accepting some of this BS, right? And other women also stand with the women and stop supporting it. So if you see a guy that is an abuser and he's left his first wife, he used to beat her, why would you then go and marry him or even date him? Why don't you ostracize that man from the community? They will not. They'll still go and marry him, still go and date him.
Hmm.
Do you understand? And then other
Where
women,
is the
so
lie?
it's
Where
like,
is the
come
lie?
on. Like, it's not the me. I don't see it's the men as the problem. The men are only doing what women are allowing them to do. And if you
This is
allow
true.
somebody to walk all over you like a doormat, I mean, why would they not continue to do it? Why
You
would they
know
not
what?
continue to do it?
Where is the lie? That you have 100%.
Well,
Cynthia, you're right.
it's
We
that's
are
my
our
frustration.
own
Women are the
greatest.
problem because the women
Yes.
that will drag the women. It's not even. I don't think I've ever heard, other than those fake pastors in those churches that ostracize women that have been divorced or single mothers. I mean, I hardly, but a lot of those men, they're spurned and their battery is charged up by women in the church. Other
This is
women in the
true.
church are the ones that are
This
like,
is true.
oh, she's a divorcee. Don't hang around with that woman. She'll start looking at your husband. Oh, don't hang around with married women. We shouldn't hang around with other single women. They'll want to steal your husband. They'll want to take. It's not men that sit with other men and talk this nonsense. It's
Hmm.
women. It's women. It's
Ododoro.
women. It's not men
Hmm.
that sit there and have meetings of how to get other women who are divorced or single parents out of churches. It's women.
Hmm.
So, honestly, to me, it's not the men that's the problem. It's to us women. we're the problem in the society, because we then go and have kids and raise these kids with these sick mindsets that you're enforcing on your kids.
Mm,
You then uphold those standards within your friendship groups because you stick with women who also have stupid mindset like yourself, very shallow mindset,
mm.
and none of you is able to call each other out on your BS. You actually validate each other and co-sign each other. So then how does the society change? Omeye, how does the society change? Men are not sitting there and doing this rubbish. You can't tell me there's a man that has a men's group, and they're talking about how to get rid of their boy who's been divorced. It doesn't bloody happen.
Hmm.
It doesn't happen.
Wow.
Or there are men that sit down and ostracize other men who have children with 4, 5 baby mothers. Do you think Nick Cannon in America he's lost any friends
Hmm.
with the actions that he's doing in
Badao.
America? Do you think so? Has he lost
Hmm.
any? Has he lost any deals? Has he lost any
Hmm.
money? I mean, come
Wow.
on. It it's not. It's the women. Women, we're the problem. We are the ones that men do certain things to us, but it's the women that reinforce it, we stamp it, we brand it, and we continue to push it forward. Even where the men stop, the women take over. That's the
But
problem.
yeah, women are the biggest enabler. You know what,
That's
Cynthia,
the
hundred
problem.
percent. I don't have anything to add. You have said it all. Me, I agree with you. We are our own problem because the women that
Well,
will
that's the
criticize you,
problem.
we are the women that will say
I've
she's a single
never,
mother. Oh,
I've
don't.
never seen men
Mm,
gang up together to get rid of a woman from a group. It's always women. That's the truth. Right?
hmm.
Even in church, it's the women that will start saying, hey, oh, that lady will, she's single. When you go to church, let's say you're a single
Yeah.
person in church, yeah, and you're dressed in a certain way, they'll be the ones to say, oh, she's dressing ungodly. Hey, she wants to snatch her
Mm,
husband. Men are not even interested. Or she's enticing men with her body. If you're a curvy woman, or if you are somebody with like
hey,
breast, you have a body, you go to parties. Is it the uncles that are saying anything about how you're dressing?
is
It's always
the
the aunties.
women. Let me tell you quick story. Cynthia, you just joggled my memory with all these bombs you have been releasing. See, I remember specifically. mm, I went to visit a friend of mine, right? And she had other people around. And it was the first time I was meeting her other friends. So I came in and I said hello to everybody and I sat down. And then all of a sudden it was time for us. I was going home, so I said, "Okay, I'm leaving." So we're walking, and she said to me, she said, "Ha, Dana, wow, that's some. Can I imagine what some of her friends were telling her?" I said, "Ah, what were they telling you?" She said, "Ah, can you allow this girl come to your house? Eh? You want her
Meaning
to come and
you.
snatch her meaning me, oh, that you want her to come and snatch your husband from you." Meanwhile, they
I'm
didn't know
telling
that
you.
this girl, my friend and I, we literally grew up together. Like we've known each other forever. Okay, like this kind girl when you find like this, she go collect your husband. Oh, these girls are not smiling. No, I don't care how long you've known her. Da, 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 da. I was weak.
Exactly.
I went to another
Exactly.
incident that happened. I went to church. They told me to go and sit at the back. They escorted me from the front where I was sitting and told me to go and sit at the back. It
And
was
what's the reason
only
for that?
it was much later after I had completely left the church. Somebody was telling me that someone that we all used to go to the church together said, she was an usher during that time. She now said that we're talking, and she said, "Remember one time they told you to get up from the front seat and go?" I said, "Yes." Say because the pastor's wife was not comfortable with me sitting in front because she said that my eyes are intoxicated. I don't even know the grammar that they used. I say, "Hey, Modano." So it's a
Yeah, you
crime,
had
oh.
Oloju come and do. You had Oloju come and do. So the
Hey,
pastor was looking into their eyes.
Modano.
And this is what I'm saying. So is it is so when things like that happen, Is it a man that whispered in that woman's
It's
ear?
not the
It's
man, it's
not.
women.
It's
It's women.
women.
I'm agreeing with you. It's women. Now
It's
we they do
women.
our
Okay,
selfie.
because it's women that will,
Mm.
if a woman is like, if I have my friends that I've been with, some of my friends are married, some of my friends are single. I've got a really good friend. I can hang out with her. She's married. I know her husband, and we're cool. Do you understand? She doesn't have that mindset. Even her husband doesn't have that mindset of, oh my God, if you're with these single ladies, they're going to influence. Like, we don't have that mindset, right? But I know there's some, I have another friend who's Nigerian, and she has said that some of the friends that she have that are married, they don't invite her to things. Yeah, they don't
Hmm.
invite her to things because they already have this, and she's already one of these type of girls that is like, she makes her own money. She's always doing, she's a Yoruba girl. She's like, she's always doing one business here, there. She's got,
She's
she
entrepreneuring.
drives a, yeah, entrepreneur. She drives a nice car, and they'll be thinking that,
Cynthia,
oh,
Cynthia, sorry to, yeah,
there's a,
sorry to
yeah.
interrupt you, Jare. We have a brother on the platform,
Oh,
so
please go
he's
on.
been here and he's been. I said, let me introduce him and let him come and please tell us what
Tell
we
us.
perhaps let him come and shine more light from a male
Absolutely.
perspective.
Welcome.
So please hold that thought, Cynthia, because you're really
Yeah,
dropping.
Omo, yeah.
Thank you, Felix. Hi,
Hi,
Hello.
welcome
Felix.
back.
Hi,
Good to
Felix.
good to
Can you
have
hear
you
me?
here. I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me? I can hear you, Felix.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Okay. I'm just listening. I'm trying to catch up what you guys are discussing.
Oh,
I think it's more of a ladies matter. But maybe
no.
later I might have one or two things to say later, or my wife might want to comment.
Okay, so you'll be, yeah, please stay on the panel, don't leave, because yes, please let your wife come and also share, because we need to hear from your wife and from you, Biko. You are the only man right now, so please just help us to sempe in that corner, Biko.
Okay.
Cynthia, fire on, please.
Yeah, so I was saying, so I have my friend who, she's Nigerian, she's a Yoruba girl, she's entrepreneur, she makes money, she drives a nice car, do you understand? And she's a single mother now because the relationship didn't work with her children's dad, whatever. But the perception within her Nigerian community, her married friends, they don't chill with her. She cannot go and chill with those married friends. Do you understand? Because they already
Yeah.
have this thing like, no, you that side, we decide, So they do all the husband and wife things and as their group. And then sometimes, they'll see her like one on one, but it's not like she'll be invited to things that they're doing. Do you understand? So it's like, it's the mindset of the community, and it's women that are perpetuating that thought. It's not men that sitting down and saying, oh, because this woman is divorced, let's get rid of her. It's the women that they throw that seed, and some men can run with it if they're in certain positions, like these fake pastors, as I say, because really and truly, I don't see why any pastor will be judging or saying that because a woman is divorced, a woman is single, a woman is a single parent, they shouldn't be in a church or shouldn't be a choir member. Like, what does that have to do with anything, to me personally? So it's not men that sit there and think this. It's women that like that thought. It's like that thing that happened to you in the church. And other women around will be like, yeah, yeah, it's true. That girl, she's single. Why she's sitting in the front where she'll be enticing the pastor, she'll be, like, come on. Where does that come from? Where
Let
does,
me let me add a little bit to that, Cynthia. And it doesn't, it's not even amongst the church. It's as sad to say, it's even amongst mothers.
yeah,
I had a very good friend. I think the only good friend I had from when I was young, that we were so close and we used to make jokes. When this girl got married, I mean, first and foremost, she was planning the wedding. I was involved in everything. On the day of the wedding, one particular lady told me, "Oh, no, you can't be here. This room is only for married women."
Oh
And
my
I
God.
turned, yes, in front of everyone.
Wow.
She said, this room is only for married women. And they were the mothers that were helping to dress her up, and they were dressing up her up in native. And she was like, no, 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 she's my friend. She's my friend. Let her come in. And they said, look, now that you're getting married, you have to know how to drop people that are not in your category.
I know,
And
right?
your category now is that you're a married woman. It's as simple as that she's a single girl. She's not even dating anyone. So if she was even dating someone, I can say, okay, you can talk to her. But she's not even dating anybody right now. So you can't even, I'm telling you now, as a mother of 5 girls, I won't even allow you to bring her to your house, because
Can you
what
imagine?
you and your, yes, what you and your husband will discuss, she does not understand anything about it. And I looked at this. Look, I was so shocked. I was so shocked it was coming from a mother that has 5 children. Meanwhile, none of her girls had gotten married as of that time. She had 5 girls and none had gotten married. But the look on my friend's face was, she was so shocked. She had never heard anything like that. But interestingly, none of the other married mothers said anything. None of them said, "Oh no, that's not true. Allow her. That's her childhood friend. Let her come in. She's involved in the wedding." None
Yeah,
of
because
them
they
stood up
all
and
think like that. It's
they
true.
did not. They did not say anything. I was weak. To cut the long story short, as I speak with you now, I don't know where that girl is. We lost touch a long time ago. I would go to her house and she wouldn't let me in. Simple and
Mm,
short. She would not, and that was how the friendship ended. And today I tell myself, now that I know better, she wasn't really a good friend. Because if you're
absolutely.
a good friend, you will stick
Hmm.
out for the person. You would be like,
Right.
no, whatever happened, hey, I'm married does not change who I am. It doesn't change the things I like. It doesn't change how I eat. It doesn't change how I dress. She's still my friend, and we go back a long way. We have memories and
Absolutely.
history together. It didn't bother her. And I cut my losses. I cut my losses, and I moved on. So it's not just in the church. It is something that I don't even know what language or what term to use for it. It's something that they have amongst them as women. Because when you start hearing a woman talk like that, the first thing you
Hmm.
ask is, what am I dragging with you? And I know they follow you drag
Exactly.
husband. I know they follow you drag your motor. I know they follow you drag your money. So how did they pepper you for body? And at the end of the day, that same kind of woman, the man will step out, cheat, come back, chop mouth, clog, clean mouth. And the woman can't do
Yes.
anything. She can't do anything.
Absolutely.
But you can imagine what she ingrained in my friend's head, that you're a married woman now, you're in a different category.
Yeah,
You
different
shouldn't have,
level
yes, you shouldn't have anything to do with her because you people
with
don't
the
speak the
with the
same.
single peasants.
Oh my goodness. But you see, it happens. It happens. So this
Yeah,
thing
it
about
does.
now woman, they do woman, not true, you talk.
Yeah, it is. It's women. The problem is the
It,
women because
it's a big deal. It didn't start today. I mean, let's go back as far as Sarah and Hagar. What happened? Sarah carry wife, is Sarah bros take woman sleep with. You do finish, Hagar can't they say, you can't do like say, you can't dey buga.
E con dey
Hagar begin,
kanra, ó wá
yes,
ń kanra, con dey kanra
Hagar
mọ́.
begin to dey buga like say that she be the yale. Now, that, I like how Sarah take hand and go meet the man and say, look, I know, and you see, that is the example women should have. The man has a side chick waiting concern you with the woman. Go meet the man. Do like Badia. Do the house into
Half
two.
of the
Carry,
house.
carry fry pan, dash the head well. Boil hot oil. Carry go meet the man. Sorry, Odani. No job. What do they worry you? Eh? But this time you go carry ourselves. I mean, Sarah set the example. You go meet him and say, bros, I don't know the baby. Now you are Sabi. Set the matter straight. Otherwise, the person will go report it to now God. And you know, say when God step in, it's final, final. But we don't do that. I mean, the sad story of the lady that was driving her car and drove to her Kpeme.
Exactly.
You know
Hmm.
why do we do that? Eh? The man gets one
Na
brain.
woman na give am
Yeah,
the information.
the man gets
yeah,
one.
but it's
Like
the
I tell
women
my
that gave the
husband,
information, isn't it?
I dey tell my husband, say, sweetheart, Now one brain you get, now one brain you say follow get. The two eyes wey God give you, now say follow give me. The one nose where you get, now something say follow get. So therefore, equality has been set from Tanimo River. Period.
Mm,
I know my role, you know your role. I give you all the respect. I go give am to you, wahala. But make you no find my trouble, oh, because the river no go big reach two of us. But we leave the main problem and we go looking for the side problem, which is the woman.
right.
Because let's think about it. If the man no carry him two left leg go miss the woman, how the woman go sabi say the man dey there?
That's true.
A lot of times, okay, there are one off in cases where the girl go pursue. But as he pursue, you self no fit tell am say, I get wife for house. I'm contented. Instead, he say no, since I chop ogbono today, tomorrow I must chop egusi, next tomorrow I go chop afang soup. The other day I go chop edi kan you go just dey chop anyhow. Until then chop enter the kill themselves. Wo ọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin, my God. After God and men, na woman. Our matter plenty well
Our
well.
gender.
I know fit. Yes, so yes, I think I begin to think like Auntie Sister Bean. I'm going to change my gender. I think I'm going
Our
to
gender
reconsider.
dey forehand. Where they
Whoa, they
suppose
took
make
my
noise.
forehand. Mm-mm.
Where they suppose make noise, they no go make noise. See for Nigeria with all the katakata when dey happen. With women
Mm.
o, osinachi own happen, na so it goes go. Phew, nobody do anything. Other
Of
people own
course, but
happen.
if you
Phew.
call them for to go and see to enter competition for Bone Straight, they'll be there.
Hey,
If
they'll
you
be
call
there.
them for anything
Hmm.
on BB Niger, they'll be
Ah,
there.
they'll
If
be
you
there.
call them for any dragging on Twitter, they'll be
They'll be
there, up in
there.
arms, active,
Can I
active, active, keyboard
Hey,
warriors.
can I
I'm
Like
telling you.
we waste. I
can I
mean,
say something, ladies? I'm about
yeah.
to go to
Oh,
bed.
sorry,
So
Mirabel is here. Oh, Mirabel is talking softly. After making a lot of dragging, you and Marriott have been dragging. Look at her quiet.
Dear
Person when hear you now go say,
Mirabel, my
oh,
darling, how body?
but the inside close. So I'm about to go to bed. So I just wanted to say something real quick. I absolutely agree with Cynthia and BB and everything you ladies have been saying. But then it leaves me with the afterthought of, is this now victim blaming? Because as much as, yes, women are the ones propelling all of this, for the most part, more towards women. But then if women are the victim, and we're also agreeing that women are also the one victimizing other women, then are we victim blaming? Because at the end of the day, women have been put in this position where they're doing the beatings for the men. The men don't have to work that hard anymore. Those women that are victimizing other women, those women that are making other women feel bad about, just like, the women put in this position, those women that are putting other women in this position have also been put in this position by other women. And then when we take it all the way back from the beginning, they've been put in this position by men. And it's a bit troubling because it leaves me with the thought of the egg or the chicken. Because does the egg come before the chicken? We could say yes, it does, because there have to be eggs before chicken. But then we could say no, that the chicken has to lay the eggs. So it's the dilemma where I'm just like, okay, yeah, women are the ones propelling and perpetuating most of this against women. However, those women that are doing this have also been victimized and have also been put in this position where they have become, or they have internalized all of this. Like BBMJ was talking about this ladies saying, okay, you can't come in this room because you're not married, and all of these things that women propel onto the other women are things that they have also been subjected to. And from the generation of our forefathers or foremothers, whatever, they've also been put in this role where mentally they have accepted it and they have been the ones used to propel against a fellow women. That's why we're saying, you know what, you don't see men saying all this, you don't see men doing this. However, they don't have to if they have put women in a position where they have to do their biddings, and women have to be the ones to criticize other women on behalf of a man. But the men are accepting it, they're sucking it up, they're not questioning it. So it's almost like now women are back to being confused as to who to be mad at. Am I gonna be mad at the man, or am I gonna be mad at the women? And yes, it's easy to be mad at the women because definitely firsthand, these are the women subjecting you to all of this. However, if you take it back, then those women have also been subjected, and whoever subjected them has also been subjected. So it's now a case of, are we victim blaming? Like that's the dilemma for me. And it's not like I'm disputing anything any of you have said, because I absolutely agree 100%. But then again, I can empathize with the women propelling all of this, because they have also been put in this position where they don't know any better, and they've been used to also victimize others because they were also victims.
You're right,
And that's
Mirabel.
just the cycle that continues.
Right. You're right. You actually have a point there as well. So it's been a circle, it's been a vicious circle of women being victims themselves, and then also trying to make someone else a victim. It's like a woman who gets married, has her children, went through all these difficulties. Now her son is about to get married. In her mind, she's like, any daughter that's coming to marry my son, or more, you go see Pepe first, because this my pikin. Mm-mm. So in her mind, subconsciously, she will be taking out her frustrations on the daughter-in-law because she suffered in her husband's house. So in her mind, she's like, so that's how I was treated. So therefore, it should be normal for you. What's the big deal? I went through it, so you too should go through it. So you see, it keeps passing down. So I hear you, and I completely agree with you, because for centuries, women have been the one sort of like doing all the dirty work for the men. They've been the ones that the men will just stand aside because they already know that the women will self destruct. All they need to do, they know the buttons to push to make the women turn against each other. And they've been doing it successfully for centuries. Okay. The men that are don't the men that want the best from their women will not do that. Instead, they'll push the woman to be a better person, and so they can grow together, right? But for history, as we all know, women have constantly been victims from way back, right? Women are the ones who suffer, even when other women are coming into a community or whatever. For instance, the burial ceremony that they have in Nigeria, it varies from culture to culture. There are certain cultures you go to when the man, let's say the man deletes for whatever reason, and the woman now has to go home with her children to go and do the final rites. It's almost like the woman is serving a punishment. It almost feels like it's the woman that deleted her husband. That's the way they treat her. In some culture, they make her sleep with the after body of the man in the same room and give her water from the same plate, eat from the same bowl. So this thing is deep. We're just trying to call out the obvious, but I do agree. And I think that everybody on the panel, too, if we think back, can agree to that, yes, women are also the victims. But we are now trying to say, and to your point that you raised earlier in the comment section, Mirabel, when you said that, it's only when the oppressed, when they are tired, when they say, you know what, this is it, we've had it, and decide they're not going to take it anymore, that's when change will happen. So we're trying to awaken the consciousness of the women by saying, look, woman, look at what you are doing to me. You're also a woman too. So why are you doing this to me just because I'm not married? Just because I have a child out of wedlock? Just because my husband treats me bad and your own treats you well? So automatically I'm your enemy? That's what for me, that's what I'm trying to, that's why we're having this conversation. Because I don't think women think about it enough in terms of, okay, we've been abused. For instance, if I've been through a bad experience, why would I want someone else to experience the same thing that I experienced? Why? When I have the answers, that person doesn't have to go through it because I've already been through it. Right? It will only be wicked of me to be silent and let this person suffer unnecessarily when I know that there's a better route. So I agree with you completely. I totally agree with you. We acknowledge that women have been victims, but we also have to acknowledge that we're also continuously perpetrating it. Even in the times that we're in, with all the information out there, you would at
Exactly.
least hope that women will start unlearning some of these things,
Oh
right?
my
And
God.
teach. Go ahead.
I absolutely agree. I couldn't have agreed with you better because because sometimes even with me, not just every other person, even with me, I always have the line of thought of the fact that women are actually the one hurting women the most. Women are actually the one putting women down the most. Women are just everything Cynthia said, I second. And sometimes it could get to a point where we're forgetting the fact that these women that are perpetuating this are also victims too. So when we approach this, or when we're faced with this situation, where we're put in situations where women have this line of thought or have this manifestations or just this attitude, when we have those reminders, when we have it in our consciousness that those women are just puppets in the hands of puppet masters that have been that's what they've known all their life. That's what they've been groomed to become. And they just doing the beatings of basically the patriarchy of the society. So now when we always have this in our consciousness, as much as I'm upset at the present situation of the woman's ignorance of her getting me, feeling less than I am because of, I'm not married or whatever situation I find myself in. I can also approach her with empathy because I realize that she's also a victim of, her society and a victim of herself, basically, and a
Hmm.
victim of the situation and doesn't know any better. And then when I approach that with that level of empathy and awareness, then I would not be so upset with her. I would not be like trying to fight her. I would not be, even if she's fighting me, because even if she's like, mean to me, I would not return the same energy because of that awareness. And then,
Right.
like you're saying, I can get to a place of educating, I can get to a place of, getting her where I can help her try to unlearn certain things, get her to a realization. First, you have to realize that what you're doing is BS before you're trying to unlearn it. So, a lot of women don't have that consciousness. So, I can help get her to that level of consciousness, because I
Right.
empathize and because I'm aware, I'm reminded that she's also a victim and she don't know any better. And that's why she's doing that. And then I'm no longer upset at what she's done to me, but, feel bad for her.
Right. Hopefully that's what we're trying to get to, right? And that's why that's why conversations like this are very important, you know, where we can both hear each other out, where we can both understand, okay, where we're coming from, so that we'll know how to fight if we need to fight. When I say fight, I'm not saying don't go and carry stick and be fighting or wear khaki and no. I mean, like when we need to, take matters into our hands and say, no, we're tired of going through this. We're tired of doing this for you. You need to stop doing this to us. You need to stop hitting us where it hurts the most. These conversations are needed. So I quite agree with you, Mirabel, that it's very important, right, for us to be very open about it, because when we come from a society that puts one above the other. I wish it was fair. I wish we come from a society where the men, I mean, some men do. I've seen some men who recognize the power that they have in a society like Nigeria and say, you know what, this is my wife and I'm going to protect her. I've seen that. right? But I cannot speak for the generality of everyone, or every man in Nigeria. My hope and our hope, I believe, here on this platform is that we want to be able to um, talk to each other like sisters, encourage each other. At the same time, when the man is the one that has done wrong, call the man, face the man. Don't go and face a fellow woman, because perhaps the man would have gone to that woman and said some things that were not true, and that woman doesn't know, right? Only for her to find out later, So, well, it's all a learning process, and it's very important that we're having this conversation. Welcome, Juden. Thanks for coming on. Good to see you
Thank
here.
you. Good to see you. Uh, that's very interesting. I just stumbled on your this thing right now. I said, "Wow, she's live." So let me.
Yes.
Uh, yeah,
Thank
good to
you. Do
see
you know
you.
what we've been talking about? You want, I
Yeah,
bet we need a man's perspective,
I
Biko.
just saw the topic there. Relation
Relationship.
good or bitter,
Yes.
sweet or bitter, still is still needed.
Yep.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Sure.
Yes, I mean, God hasn't made us to be alone. That is the truth. Whether sweet or
Right.
bitter is still needed, because Bible says, "Woe unto him that is alone." So, yeah, we all need relationship. It's just that we live in a world that is the whole world is becoming so pervert, so far away from God that everybody is, after their own businesses and becoming so, selfish and self-seeking. That is what is going on. That is what is killing us today, especially as it has to
I
do with,
said that. Yeah.
so I always say, if individuals that are coming into relationship, each individual is thinking of what am I going to do to improve the other person's life, to impact on the other person that I want to relate with. And the other one is thinking, what am I going to do to impact on this man or this woman that I want to be with? If everybody is thinking that way, I think we'll have a wonderful relationship. But today, what do we find? Many people, they are thinking of what they are going to extract from the other person, but not what they are willing to get. So that is impacting on relationship a lot. And then most societies too, um, they don't have anything that is encouraging the family structure. All you have there is, once there is disagreement, you just go your separate ways. They seek for the legal solution, other than looking inward to find out what is wrong and see how they can mend fences and move on. But the system will tell them, listen, just go to the court, go do this divorce or whatever it is, separate and stuff like that. And even churches too are not helping matters. Churches are supposed to, be there and help to encourage people and direct them on the good path. They are rather after money than focusing people on the good part to build a stronger and a healthy family. So I know Satan is. I mean, I know there's a war that Satan has unleashed on the family, because once the family is broken, the entire society is gone, and that is what we are seeing today. In almost every society, you see how things are going haywire. Um, Nobody is willing to listen to one another again. And technology also is affecting relationship also a great deal. Has decimated almost that face to face, interaction, that should exist among people. I remember when we were growing, at times you stay in your house, you'll be bored, you just stroll into your friends or neighbor's house and you sit down, everybody will gist, will interact, have good time together, whatever
Yes.
it brings out with if it is food, you eat it with joy, no matter how small it is, whatever it is, and then you spend a lot of time, relax, and then everybody part ways amicably. The following day, if you didn't see your neighbor, you're like, oh man, I've not seen this person today. What must be wrong? You go and check up. We don't see that anymore. You see, what we have today, if even in families, children stay in their rooms and be communicating to their parents with cell phone. You know,
Right.
you know, I mean, this is outrageous. I mean, everybody's on their cell phone, on their laptop, on their cell phone, communicating in the same house. Then talk about, going to see friends. Eh? Even now, you see some people, they wouldn't even want you to call them. They would rather prefer you to text them on phone. But you can't substitute hearing someone's voice talk to you on phone and or talk to you physically to tell.
Right.
So all these are the things that are impacting on relationships, that is making it looking so demonic or so boring or so in such a way that many people are scared of going into relationship again today because of what is coming out of it. You know, it's so sad. There are so many factors actually affecting relationship. However, we still need, we still need relationship. We still need, for some of us that have been alone, we know how bad it is, because like I said, God hasn't created us to be alone, but
Right.
sometimes in life you get into a situation that is beyond you, you can't control, but yeah, no matter how bitter it is, we still need one another. No matter what, we still need one another. So for those
Well,
who, yeah, go ahead.
no, very well. I was just gonna say, very well stated. That's true. We still need each other, regardless of the fact that
Yeah, we
we
do.
have issues amongst ourselves. I think we need to find I think the challenge I see, especially in the diaspora, is that we don't. There's no people have trouble, meeting or connecting with people, like-minded people,
Exactly.
and everybody's so far away. You have people, in
Mhm.
different parts, and there's no way that you can connect, even if it's just like a group that you can connect, with. This is what I have found,
Mhm.
and that's why
Not
I
only
for
you,
me.
even me. And that is why you even blame like now, a lot of diasporans blame our brothers, going back home to look for wife, and why not look for people around you. They don't know it's not easy to see people. I have been here in America for, especially, okay, where the state I am now.
Mhm.
Only few people I see are married people, right? So,
Right.
well, except if you go out, okay, maybe I am not the kind of person that goes out a lot. You know, they'll say, oh, but you don't go out, so how would you meet people? But it's not easy. It's not just easy to meet people. Even
Yeah.
people you will meet might not be people that share the same, you know, um,
Values as you
values
do.
with you, maybe
Absolutely.
people who are used to, who have turned to the whole American style of life and stuff like that. And for some of us who still want to maintain our culture, at least in a positive way, it's hard to, yeah.
That's very. I'm very glad you said in a positive way, oh, Mr. Jordan,
Yeah, that's why
to
I have to
maintain the culture in a positive way, because
yeah,
yeah,
positive way. Because
right,
there are
because
some of the
that's
cultures that are, I mean, culture is not static, it's dynamic.
exactly.
So those ones that are not good that we have noticed, I mean, should be pruned. And then the ones that are good should be kept. There's still a lot of good things about our culture that should be kept. So,
Absolutely. I
those that
quite
are,
agree.
yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, just as an aside, Mr. Jordan, I do have a singles group. So if you see like if you look under the comment, you'll see like something. So if you send me an email, with
Mm.
your if you're interested, no pressure at all. You can send me
No,
an
no,
email
I'm
and
interested to
request.
meet you, man. I am looking for, instead of going home.
uh
Nigeria
exactly,
not good.
because we want to
Nigeria
save.
not good. It's not even safe again to go home.
Yeah, instead of trying to, because there are a lot of great women here. They just the problem is meeting and
It's
connecting and
missing
having a good.
exactly.
Yeah, so I because of that, I decided to form the group. So you can send me an email with your number. I'll just add you to the WhatsApp group. We have a Zoom
Okay.
meeting tomorrow, so that way you can get everybody can get to see everybody's face. So it's a
Oh,
very
that'll be
tight knit group. It's yeah, I try to keep it very tight knit because I didn't keep it open to the public. So you can
okay.
yeah, you can take advantage of it. You can
Oh,
send me an email and then I would add you and then you can join the Zoom meeting tomorrow at 11 a.m.
oh, that would be interesting. Where do I send you? How do I
So
send you?
if you look under the message that's going through now, do you see my email address? It's a Gmail account.
Oh, let me see.
It's right underneath the message I just
Oh, yeah,
okay.
yeah, okay. Omoyekona@gmail.com. Oh, sure.
Yeah, so Moya's corner. So make sure you don't lose that at last S. Yeah. So if you send me a
Omoyekona@gmail.com.
Yeah, if you send me an email with your number now, just add you on, and
Mm.
then you can
Okay,
join the
sure.
Zoom meeting, and then we can all connect tomorrow. So I mean, this conversation is very important. So, Julian, before you got on, we're talking about women. We're we're our own greatest problem sometimes because we're harder on each other. We criticize
Yeah.
each other more. We are the ones that will see that this one is coming to try and take my husband. Oh, this one is single. I don't want to talk to her. Oh. This one is a
Mm,
single mother. I don't want to associate with her. Oh. Then
mm,
there's the other flip side of, women have been oppressed for so many decades. So for them, they are trying to appease and, do the bidding of the
mm,
patriarchy, right? So
mm,
you can't 100. Sometimes it's difficult to 100% blame them, based on that history. But we're in an age now where we're all trying to be better for each other because the truth be told, we cannot continue to do things like our forefathers and expect
of
change
course.
today. It's
No
not going to
way.
work. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So, like to your point, for instance, when you're building your own family, for instance, you have your own rules that work for you and your family and
Yes.
so as long as it is positively impacting you and the woman and your
Mm,
children, you are not it doesn't matter what the next person is doing, and you don't have a right to judge another woman, for instance, who does not have a husband. You don't know what her circumstance is, or who has maybe a child out of wedlock, or maybe is a single mother for whatever reason, right?
mm,
But women are the ones we tend to judge ourselves the most. We tend to criticize ourselves the most. We tend to hit each other the most. So we drew examples from Nigeria where, for instance, Osinachi's case happened. We would expect
oh,
that the women will shut down the entire country for the sake of that woman because she deleted in the hands of her supposed spouse, allegedly, right? So
mm,
we were just having that random conversation, and I'm glad that we're continuing to have this conversation because it has to be talked about, you know.
yes.
Okay. Hi, Omoye.
Yeah,
Hi, Felix, you're back. Woo, I was like,
Yeah,
where is
yeah.
Felix? What happened?
No, no, I'm still here. I same pay like you said. My wife has a
Okay.
contribution.
Okay,
So if
wife, please come and tell us. Hi, so good to hear you. What's your name,
It's,
ma'am?
I'm Victoria.
Victor. Oh, Victoria. Welcome,
Lovely
welcome.
to hear from everyone that's been speaking. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree like 100% with every one of you. But just my little contribution is just like all you have all said. We are very critical of each other as women, and I don't know why. I mean, from my own end, I try to educate people as much as I can. I remembered a young lady that came from Nigeria. She came to stay with us, and then she was very critical of her aunt and saying, "Oh, it's her auntie's fault." I said, "No. I mean, your auntie is also married. She has a husband. So they are making the decision together. You can't blame the woman for whatever decision they have made. So you can't just put it on one party. And for Christ's sake, you're also a woman. I don't expect you to speak that way." And she was looking at me. I said, "Yeah, I have to like stand for the female folk. I don't understand, where you're coming from. I believe if there's something to be, if there's a decision has been taken by two parties, those two parties should be judged equally. You can't just and pick one person and say it must be that person. And that's like
Right.
where we are all coming from. In Nigeria, it's always about the woman, even when it's evident that a man has gone wrong or has done something really bad. We find a way of putting the blame on the woman, and that just troubles me. Like,
Exactly.
what is our problem? So yeah, I really agree with you. It's very important that every woman, young or elderly, that we come, in contact with, we should try and, encourage them, and also probably educate them that we need to, support each other, and also not just supporting each other, because if a woman has gone bad, I've gone wrong, we of course call that woman out. But when a man has done something wrong, we should be bold enough to call that man out as well. Like,
Exactly.
don't pin it on any woman, call out the man as well. So that's just my own contribution.
Victoria, thank you so much. That's awesome contribution. Thank you for saying that. And brother Felix, your husband is right there and he's here. She's hearing you.
Yes,
This show.
he knows that I will always, speak up for the female folk anywhere. Like,
If you may, I want to say
Yes.
briefly on that. I think one of the reasons why it has been so among women is, in fact, I'm sorry to say this, but the truth is that women are more jealous of each other than the men.
Exactly. I said
A
it.
lot of jealousy
Yeah.
among women. Um, for instance, now look at look at every country in the political arena, right? You find out that most women will prefer to vote for a man than voting for their fellow women to get into.
Bam. Juden. Hey,
And
Oga Juden, you
the
just
major
said it
reason,
loud. Oh my
yeah,
God.
the major reason for that is simply jealousy. Oh, how can he go?
Mm,
They would prefer to rather go and vote for a man, which to me is like, it doesn't make any sense. Promote your fellow woman. I mean, I have grown up to, even in religion, in whatever religion you go to, if you promote someone, when you are really promoting somebody, you are invariably promoting yourself. Because when you wish somebody good, definitely good will come to you.
exactly.
There to
Mm,
support your fellow woman. Trust me, people behind you will be there also to support you, to push you forward. But by the time
mm-hmm.
you start being a stumbling block to your fellow woman because you feel it's going to be above you, then you're also inhibiting yourself, your growth. That is just nature.
This is very true, Oga Juden. You know what happens? For instance, let me give you a typical example. In Nigeria, right?
Mhm.
There's an issue of queen bees. Queen bees, women who have attained maybe
Yeah, I know can be
executive,
a certain level of
exactly,
mhm. In
career
nursing,
wise, maybe
we
my
have the queen bees too.
they want, so when they get there, the way they treat the women on working with
Under
them,
them.
underneath them,
I
oh
see
my
them, I see
God.
that.
One
Treat them like
time,
that.
exactly, there was a particular instance that happened. So I went on a mission work from here to Nigeria. It was one group like that I was working with. So they had Christian mission work that they were going to do in Nigeria. So I happened to be part of that group. So I went with them. So we're having
Mm,
this event in a church in VI or so, right? So
mhm,
they gave me, my own work was to call some of these executive women to come and give conversation, women talk, something to do with women, sha. So I was
mm,
calling, sending emails and all of that. One of this executive that I called her, I introduced myself, and I told her, hey, this is the reason why I'm calling. So I wanted her to send her slides to me so I could put it together for the presentation. If you
mm.
see the way this woman talked to me,
Responded to you.
she didn't know me, like she don't
Oh,
know me from Adam. She talked down at me like no be human being born me, first of all.
mm,
I
mm,
was so speechless. I didn't know, when you're not expecting, because when I'm not used to that kind of someone just for no reason just starts
mm,
being very mean to you. So it was kind of, it took me a minute to understand what was going on. So I heard she
Hmm.
now, after talking, she now slammed the phone. Then the person, one of the
Wow.
people that were organizing it, came around. So I now explained to the person what happened. Like, I don't understand. This is what happened, you know. And the woman, she
Hmm.
was not saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so
Hmm.
sorry. I'm apologizing on her behalf. I'm doing this on her behalf." So apparently, I think the organizers had called her and talked to her and said, "Why did you talk to this girl like blah blah blah?"
Like that.
And then she was not looking for me to try and apologize. My God, I
Oh.
was so angry when she got on the phone and she wanted to, and I had the opportunity to talk to her. This woman was a
Hmm.
managing director in a bank. I told her, I said, listen, you never, I don't care who you are. I do not care if you own anything. You don't have a right to talk to anybody in that way. You don't. You know, the mom was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were, I didn't, she was not trying to soften her tone because now she realized, oh, I don't live in Nigeria. Oh, I just came for something. So she was trying to, I had the opportunity to talk to her, but I experienced it on a level that I never anticipated. And people have been complaining about this Queen B. So it is very predominant. It happens a lot in Nigeria. It is sickening. That
It's
needs
not
to
only in Nigeria.
change.
Oh. It's not only in Nigeria. Queen Bee syndrome is everywhere. I don't know. I don't know what profession you are, but I am a nurse, right?
It's everywhere. You're right, but in
If you go
Nigeria, the
into the
reason why I
nursing, if
say,
you go into the nursing industry here in United States, you will
mm,
really see how envious women could be. Especially this Queen Bee syndrome. You see how it plays out every day. Like it's sad. It's sad.
yeah, Fab Stolly, a lot of women did not vote for Hillary. Oh. They were hating on Hillary when she ran for president. Oh my God, when she was contesting,
Exactly. I'm telling
hey,
you, many
they
people did.
were dragging
If women
mm,
had come out for Hillary the way they came out for Joe Biden, Hillary would have won out hands
a
down,
landslide. Mm,
landslide. Okay, even if she still won the popular vote, but there wouldn't have been need of any electoral nonsense.
yes,
They had came out the way they came out for Joe Biden. Ah, no, 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 no. Hillary would have won with almost 10 million.
Yeah,
absolutely.
but even I'm gonna take it a bit back. Even when Bill Clinton, is it Bill Clinton, when that affair happened with is it
Yes, it
Monica
was Bill
Lewinsky?
Clinton.
It's
Yeah,
the
Monica
women,
Lee.
yeah, it's the women that was riding that woman up to today
Yes.
harder than
Mm,
Bill Clinton.
yes.
The intern got more heat, and I think even her career didn't even end up taking off because she got more hate than Bill
Than
Clinton.
women. Yeah, he was hated by among her fellow women than
Up to today,
yeah,
and that
yeah.
man, people will still vote him to become their president again. They still love
Ye-
Bill Clinton. It's
Oh,
the
God.
kind of
yes.
it's the society we live in. To me, I don't feel like I'll say it, men are not the problem. It's the women's reaction, and it's the women that constantly validate the things that men do. That's why they continue to do it. You know, it's crazy. There's no repercussion for men. They'll always want to fight the side chicks, fight the women, ostracize the single mothers, ostracize divorcees, ostracize widows. You're a witch. You killed your husband. Like,
Right.
where does this stuff come from?
Now, I don't know if you guys
You
heard
know,
about
where does it come from?
this young lady that killed that media guy in Nigeria. The
Delete. Oga
huh?
Juden, delete.
The
The
lead.
word
Okay.
is delete. Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay.
Uh-huh.
That's
Fight. Uh-huh.
what's the name of this? Is it Choma?
Chidima or whatever.
Chidinma,
Uh,
okay.
Yeah,
You know,
Chidima.
you know, I watched a video recently where one lady was saying, why that this lady said that it's still because she won this there was a competition she won in the jail there. Is it the most beautiful girl? They did a beauty pageant show in the jail there, and she won the first position. And one lady made a video and was criticizing her that I don't think this lady is even in prison. What kind of jail is this? is she? Look at her body. She's still looking. She looks much better than she was before she get into jail. That now that she has gone to mess up this sugar daddy kind of a thing, and she has gone to block our, block their, they has gone to
Wow.
sugar daddy kind of thing, that the sugar daddy is somewhere that they used to have have some succor, have some relief material or something like that, that now many of them are messing up this sugar daddy kind of a thing. I was like, wow.
Wow. Are
I
you
just hit
kidding?
it. Yeah, why the video I was laughing and saying
It's the women, oh, now our handwork. That's what we do. We don't, it's amazing. It is always the women that will always want to overdo. I don't know. We have a lot of work to do. Oh. I'm sorry.
it
We
is.
have
It's
a lot of work to
unfortunately
do.
that is the truth. It is.
Yeah, if men ostracize other men when they mess up or when they have their
no,
indiscretions, as women ostracize other women, I think there would be a change in
you
society.
see, men's on the way men do, some at least most men. If I have a friend that does something, I will really lambast him a lot. At the end of the day, I'll still call him and say, nah, honestly, you didn't do this one well. Next time, blah, blah, blah. But you still lend support to him to allow him to, get out of that situation and become a better person. So
Exactly.
that is the way men approach their issue most of the time, right? But women, in their own case, it's not like that. Their own is to tear down and not to help rebuild or help, recover somebody who is falling. Rather,
Exactly.
they will put more barrier to so
Wow.
that the person can fall and fall to the last, to the extent that the person will not be able to get up again.
Mm.
So
And that's
yeah,
the problem. That's the
it is.
problem. Mm.
It is, and it's even one of the things too that is helping to tear up marriages. Because you find some, like here in United States, why is our marriages going so bad in the United States here, especially we from immigrant families from Africa? It's because of certain women, when they see some new people marrying and coming, the next thing, those who have divorced, they start indoctrinating, they start, telling, so, start with kind of, I don't know, indoctrinating the new family and begin to teach them this, teach them that. Before you know it, the new marriage has started, you start getting some crack into the marriage. Before you know it, everything is falling apart because they want the woman to come and belong to their, divorce women's group or something. I don't know. I don't know whether they have their organization now. I think, especially it happened more in Houston and in
I
New
do
York.
believe that because I've heard that.
Oh yeah, it does.
I've
I
heard that
mean,
before. Yeah.
I know what happened in my own marriage, in my own divorce. I mean, it was purely another woman who incidentally was married. They married to the husband for more than 20 years, and eventually ended up, sending the husband of the 20 something years marriage away from the house. And it was the same person
Wow.
he had, part of what happened in my own situation, you know.
That's
Wow.
cool. I think some
So,
women they do. I feel like sometimes there are women that they can be in a situation and they won't be honest about their situation. Rather,
Mm-hmm.
they'll act as though they have the perfect family, the perfect husband, so that they
exactly.
can show off to their friends. But then when they see their friend has a good, let's say your friend has a good relationship, then immediately your friend will tell you something. They'll like they'll make that issue so big. They'll even get more offended by the issue than even you, the person that's in the relationship, because they want to like cause a rift between you and your husband or you and your partner. I've heard of that happening. That's
Oh
the
no,
insecurity.
it happens here in US every
Yeah, their
day.
own
It happens every
insecurities.
day.
Mm,
It happens
it
every
happens.
day. You hear stories of a woman that even back home it does happen too. You see some marriages, the woman and the husband, the woman is one of the one that immediately sees the husband coming home. She's like jittery, is like fearful, is like, but he has a friend, and then the husband is doing everything he could to, carry her along, to show love to her, to, help her in doing one thing or the other. And then we're going to indoctrinate that same woman that, hey, my husband does everything for me. Oh, he cannot dare tell me this. If I ask him to sit there, he sits there. He obeys me. Meanwhile, he's the one that the husband will say, sit there, and she will sit there, and she will not dare speak. And then
Exactly.
the other one will start challenging the husband. At the end of the day, the marriage will break. And then when she will not cry back, there's been stories like this. I know it happened. They've shown, you see them in Nigerian movies, but there's most of those things we see in Nigeria, they are physical things, there are things that happen in real life that they bring to bear in the movies so that more people can see them. And it
Right.
happens.
I, I, my take on this really is, at the end of the day, number one, as a man, if you're marrying, you have an idea of the type of family you want to create, or the kind of home you desire, right? So another woman is coming, you meet this woman. First question is, do your ideas match, or do your, what's it called now? Do you guys align on certain on very the most important principles and values? If they align, right? Because every marriage is peculiar in and of itself. You cannot use one person's marriage to judge another, right? So it
Mm.
depends. If the woman is the kind of person that has the ear of 1,050 people telling her, this is what happens in my home, oh, let me just let you know now. And then this woman now really goes home and she's now practicing it on her husband. To me, that's someone who's not mature. Number one, that speaks to a level of maturity. That means you don't want to build your home, because if you're getting along with your husband, for instance, why would you need a third party? Do you understand what I'm saying? Why would you
Mhm.
need a third party's opinion in your family matters?
Well, not
That
everybody is that
that's how I
mature.
see it too. I don't know. I mean, I could
Well,
be
not
wrong. What do
everybody.
I know?
Not everybody is that mature, to understand that. A lot of people still have friends that they need
Can I say
validation.
something?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Hi,
So,
Tiki Shack. Welcome.
hi.
Hi.
So yeah, sorry. I wanted to respond to what Felix said.
No, this is Judo. Felix is quiet and enjoying the conversation with his wife.
Exactly. So I think a lot of African men, or maybe Nigerian men, I don't want to just say African men.
Hmm.
I've heard a lot of them make that statement about when somebody brings somebody from, maybe you go to Africa and if you're a man, you go to
Hmm.
Africa, you get married and you bring a lady in, they automatically think women are going to influence them, and this lady will start acting funny or whatever,
Okay. Hmm.
and stuff like that. And I actually really think that's actually a very wrong statement for them to always think that's the way it is. I think a person who's gonna be bad, it's gonna be bad regardless of what anybody says. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's true.
Especially if you're a grown adult and you know the type of person you're living with. It's not what I shouldn't my opinion shouldn't influence you if truly you're married to this person and you guys have like good, okay, like for me, for example, I'm a married person. I've heard different type of opinion, but I don't react towards that opinion and come home and start giving my husband hell. You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But then I'm the
Hmm.
type of person that I usually don't share much about my relationship because there's nothing
Okay.
really to share.
Hmm.
And I don't share much also because it's almost like a perfect relationship. Most people will not believe you. So let me
Right.
just be quiet. You understand what
Right.
I'm saying? But the
Yeah.
idea that, oh, when a lady comes from Nigeria, oh, the girls over here are going to automatically influence them, blah, blah, blah. She wants to get influenced.
That's true. This is true.
Yeah. As for me, as long as you're a grown person, you're not a child.
And you
You
want to
choose to
grow,
want
you
to
want
get
to build
influenced,
your
not
home,
me
right?
influencing you. I'm only just talking from my opinion, how I feel about divorce, how I feel about this, how I feel about domestic violence. I'm not saying you go home and fight your husband and divorce him. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just out there making my own statement. It depends on how you take it.
Right. I get
And
what
I'm
you
gonna
mean.
use that statement really hit home to me because I had a friend, very close friend. Okay,
Okay.
so I live here. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be emotional about this because she and I were like super close. But a
I'm
situation like
sorry.
that happened and it
Right.
really messed up our relationship. And if you can tell from my comments, a lot of time I've said it, I would never get myself involved in any marriage couple
You
shit
always say it.
again.
I remember, Tiki. Yeah,
Never
you
in my
always
life
say
because
it.
that
Right.
situation really, really hurt my feelings. So, yeah, the typical story, her husband brought her back from Nigeria. Yeah, she's really not like educated. She
Okay.
was just doing hair. And from her
Mm-hmm.
doing my hair, we became really close friends. Like
Right.
super close. You would think she's my older sister,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, and funny enough, I'm out of all the people she does their hair, I'm one of her really, really. She's not even like the typical. She didn't act like, oh, I'm married. I don't want you close to me because at that time I was a single lady. You know what I mean? And we became close. Every time she had her kids, I'm always there helping her. Blah blah blah, whatever. Anyway, so a situation. I don't know what happened. One day she called me, and the way I was also brought up, I was brought up never to actually even get myself involved in married people's situation. You understand what I'm saying? She it's almost like I already presented that to her, so she feels very comfortable with me. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. So a situation happened where one day I was just in my own little apartment. She called me. And the first statement I made to her is, you know what, her name, I'm not gonna mention her name. I just told her, my parent taught me to never get involved in married people situation, but as a friend, I will come and pick you up. You understand what I'm saying? But I would not get involved. I'm not going to give you my opinion, which I never did. The only thing I told her is because when she called me, she said, Hannah, my husband beat me. Okay, at this time, I was living in Indiana. We were living in Indianapolis. And anybody who's lived in Indianapolis, you know how cold that place can get, right?
Right.
This lady is pregnant, like she's like 7 months pregnant. This guy beat
Mm-hmm.
the hell out of her and told her to start walking in the deep freaking cold on the street. Me as a friend, you call me, you think I'm not gonna drive my car and come and pick you up. I would do that because that's my friend. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not
Right.
doing that because I want to break your marriage. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
doing that because I want to come in between you and whatever situation you and your husband have. I'm only doing it with the idea of you being my friend. And I want to protect a pregnant lady from walking in the snow. Who does that? This is in the snow, in the blizzard. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So I went, picked her up, and brought her to my place. And even with this, I still told her I don't want to discuss. I actually honestly just didn't want to get myself involved because I know how crazy I can be too. So so I brought her to my place. The husband keeps calling her, blah, blah, blah. Is it Hannah that's glittery, blah 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 blah, whatever. So and the guy was like, he's gonna come to the house and buy or whatever, that statement, buy. That's when I took the phone from her. I said, if you come to my motherfucking house, I'm gonna call the damn cops on you. And that's when that statement came in, and he started going off like, that's how you guys come in here and try to involve yourself in other people's marriages and break it up. No, I didn't break up your marriage. You and your wife had your issues. I only came in to help a pregnant woman who's also my friend. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So this kind of situation, sometimes the stories really, I just feel is an assumption that a lot of
Right.
these African men have, just because
It's
Mm-hmm.
not
they
an
themselves
assumption,
have
my
this
sister. It's not
insecurity
an
about
assumption. It's
themselves.
reality. It
No,
happens
a lot of it
because
is an assumption.
if
Um,
you see there are some sisters YouTube video from UK.
but that's
I've
nothing.
watched a
That's just
number of,
YouTube videos and people making an opinion.
no, what I'm
So
saying, I've
however
watched a
you
lot of
choose
a
to
lot of
take that
videos.
opinion, that's on you,
I
not the
watched some
person making that
videos.
statement.
Okay, what I'm saying is that I watched some videos and hearing women discuss this same issue. Okay, so you couldn't have heard it any better than fellow women discussing about it, how their fellow women are influencing most of the time negatively their fellow women that are married, that especially
Okay,
those
so
that
let
come
me let me
to
quickly say something real
okay.
quick.
So
So
that probably it doesn't happen to you does not mean it doesn't exist. It does, and I am
no,
a
I'm
living
see, I'm not
witness
saying it
of
doesn't
that
happen,
of
but
that
sometimes
happening.
it's really not how it's not what how you guys think it's
You see,
happening.
let me tell you this, let me tell you say this, right? Bible says evil communication corrupts good manner. No matter how well you think you are, not everybody has the same
I'm
ability
sorry to say I
to
kind of have
process.
a disagreement with that Bible statement. I have
Not
never
well,
anything
we
I've
can
done
tell
in
you.
this life I've chose to do it not because somebody influenced me. And that's because of the upbringing my parent gave me.
Remember, that's what I wanted to say. Not everybody has the same ability to process things or to avoid certain temptations, right? So
Right.
everybody, individuals are brought up differently. There are some people that are very gullible. Okay. Okay. Now look at this. For instance, look at the society. I don't know where you. I don't know whether in this United States, for instance. Look at United States here, for instance. One would think, one would think that somebody like Donald Trump, that nobody should even be a follower of him. But look at millions of people that believe in all the trash and everything that every negative thing that man stands stood.
That's true. That's a
But
point.
people believe in life, who can seek, and that they still want to bring him back next election.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but
Yeah.
okay,
So
I'm sorry to
what can
say
you tell me about that? Okay,
can I jump in real quick?
more than half of almost 80-90% of Republicans still believe 100% in this man, still believe that this man is a saint. Look at that. I mean, that is human being for you.
I will have to say I like the fact that Trump was he was very outspoken. I like that part of him.
Okay,
I don't know.
you are even one of his believers. You see what I mean?
I said I
No,
like
no,
the
not
fact that
not
he was an
not no no
outspoken
not Jude.
person.
Jude, that's not what I think. What she's trying to say is that
Okay, outspoken.
just like yeah, just like the example you were just giving, Jude,
Okay.
Jude, about some women, some people are gullible, they are not able to process. I
Yeah.
can agree with that, right? She's also
Mhm.
saying that there are some things that Donald Trump said. She didn't say that she agreed with him and she's a
Okay,
supporter.
he said that he's
She's saying that,
outspoken.
yeah, that there are some things she said that she was like, yeah, I kind of like the fact that this man is bold and
Bold,
outspoken. You
exactly.
understand? So that does
Because
Like
not
there are
what?
certain things
necessarily,
that Republicans want to say that he came out full force and said it.
Like
yeah.
what?
No, there were a lot of things that Republicans wanted, a lot of things that Republicans wanted to do. I'm not
But
trying to
the
make
thing
this about
are those
Democrat.
things right that he was saying or do? The point, that is the thing.
No,
Are those,
no, wait now, Oga Jude, wait first now.
I did.
What we're trying, what we they try to analyze for. Yeah, Bemo will not talk about
It's
American
human
politics.
gullibility.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, there's an aspect of the gullibility aspect. What
Mhm.
Tiki Shak is trying to the point she's trying to raise, right, is that sometimes, right, there seems to be like a generalization
Generalization.
that when maybe, for instance, a man goes to Nigeria, brings a wife to America, for instance, right, and
Mm.
maybe she meets a Nigerian woman like herself, and
Mhm.
maybe she's having a conversation, right, with this woman, and
Mhm.
maybe this woman mentions certain things to her that probably she was not aware about, and maybe this other woman is mentioning not because she intentionally wants to break the marriage, or she's just maybe giving an opinion
Open,
or an
open-minded
advice.
opinion.
Exactly, an open-minded opinion. This woman will take it, just to your point. Some people are gullible and not able to process things. This woman will take that information, go
Mhm.
home, right, and then run with it. Why? Because
Exactly.
she's not mature in her head to know that, okay, this is my home. Whatever I hear outside, now the woman sabi. But inside my house, me, I understand my husband. My husband
Mhm.
Exactly.
understand me. There's some women who intentionally just cut everybody off to maintain their home. There are many
Mhm.
women that I know that do that. Not because they don't have access to go and be talking to
Yeah,
people and all of
exactly.
that,
Because
but
And not
because
because
they're
they don't want
trying to,
single people around them.
yeah, but because they're trying to avoid scenarios
avoid,
of which,
because probably they are
Unnecessary
not
drama.
Exactly.
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 Yeah.
Just like what
Again,
Keisha.
knowing your ability.
Let me just express my point so that way we're not lost in. I just want also there's no back and forth
I
because
do
I
need to finish
understand
my
what.
story though.
Yeah, I want you to finish your story. So
Okay, so
I
I'm
understand.
not gonna drag it so long, but anyway, long story
Mm-hmm,
short, we my husband ended up getting a job in Texas and we moved.
mm-hmm.
And she called me. They finally, after a series of beating and everything, they divorced. And she just gave me a spin, because when we moved, I kind of cut off interaction with her because I cannot deal with a weak-minded woman. That's just me. Once I see that you're a woman and I don't know, I just have an issue with that. So I cut her off and everything. But for somehow, she called me and she said, oh, that they divorced, and she gave me a breakdown of everything that has happened. And I told her, I said, you see, I was never trying to do anything with your marriage. At least you saw this, by yourself. And she was like, yeah, that now she knows better.
Right,
So
exactly. So maybe she was not a mature person at the time that she was experiencing what she experienced. Because the truth is that there are different people in this world. Though. Me, I know people that intentionally stay away from, having too many people around because they want to be focused in their home, right? Same way, some men will not keep certain friendships. Some men will keep it minimal because they're trying to avoid certain scenarios. Maybe they know that one or two or three of their friends is a very forward man, as in they talk past where he's supposed to talk, in leg they waka past where so they don't want problem for their home. So guess what, they go stay inside their house, maintain, leave the person for outside. So I think everything boils down to wisdom and how you want to run your home and what type of woman you are marrying to. Let's not forget that
exactly. Thank you.
sometimes our men, brother Jude, I'm sorry, I know say you be our man, not beside
Oh, go
they try
ahead.
to bring them, but
Please talk to
sometimes our
me.
men they marry women when no mature. They go
Because they
just
want to
marry
manipulate them.
because it seems the case most of the time when they marry, go be like say they won't marry woman when they fit mold, and you can't have that now.
I
Why?
agree with
Because
you, Omoye.
information repete. Do you understand? Like, even if
Mhm.
you think that, oh, I'm going to be able to mold this woman
Mm.
go watch
But
cartoon.
is there any need of molding somebody? That's what I don't understand. I
But
know it
some men do it. That's
has
what I'm
always
trying to
been.
do.
Come
Because I
on,
Some
don't know
men
why
emotions
have
you
that.
mold
exist too.
somebody. A
Exactly.
man, for me as a man, all I need from my woman
Can I say something, please?
is care and understanding. I mean, respect me as your husband.
Victoria, okay,
I
one
don't need to
second.
mold you
After
Thank
or
you,
put
brother
you in my
Jude.
Maribel.
mold. I don't need to put you in my mold. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, some men, unfortunately,
Because
brother Jude,
by the time
some
you take
men.
a woman and mold that woman into your mold, then you won't have a friend again. Because I want a friend. I want someone I could feel free
Brother
to talk
Jude, you're
to,
really not
discuss,
being honest.
go
There are
places
some
with.
local minded thinking men out there who are straight from the pit of the villages and they
Yeah,
think
I know. I mean, it baffles me a lot because, it's like some men, I hear, even when I watch a Nigerian movie, which most of the time, some of those things are things that they brought from the real life situation. You see some men, they don't want to, they talk to their wife as if they are housemaid. They don't want to, you know, here it's like the saying that the women are meant to be seen and not to be heard. Are you kidding me? When the Bible says that two shall be better than one, for they will have a greater reward for their labor. So if you now marry and exclude your wife, and you only want her to be seen, then you are missing out from the blessing into that family to build a very strong and prosperous family.
Yeah. So Victoria, oh yeah, get your
Okay.
point across.
I was just going to say, I understand where Tiki and Juden, right, is coming, where they are both coming from, and I
Right.
would really agree with Tiki that that idea of when you bring a wife into the country and then they'll be brainwashed or something like that, it's not always true. I'll put it that way. It can be true in some situation, but it's not always true, and this is because there's exposure. When you leave Nigeria and you come to first world country, yourself, you will be exposed. Like, you will see
even
things that
women in
is
Nigeria are already
ongoing.
exposed. Come on.
Exactly. A lot of women are already exposed about
They're
that,
already exposed.
even
This is no
in the
longer
Western world.
1998.
You
guys.
become more
Because
exposed
of
here. Like
internet.
you can see things going on, and then you start questioning, what's going on in your own relationship, and say, is this right? Should it be like this? Can we improve it? And when the man starts being in denial and wants to make it his own way, then issues start coming in, with or without anybody saying anything to that relationship. So it's just about Omoya said, maturity of whoever you are going to marry, and ensure that they have better understanding of who they are. Number one, you need to know your personality, you need to know your husband's personality, you need to know who you guys are, what you want for your marriage, such that when you are listening to opinions or suggestions or talks, it doesn't affect you in any way, or you just pick out the good from them and leave whatever trash that is left there. So apart from even the talks, I'm saying, like, even the exposure that people get from work, from seeing how other people relate and how other things are being done, it's enough to question, where you are at, and want to seek improvement or want to make things better. And to be honest with you, most times men from Nigeria are very, would I call it, conservative. They
It's
want to act
sneaky.
like they are not traditional, but honestly, they are traditional. They still fall back in that bandwagon of being traditional, and you still need to remind them that the world is changing. It's becoming modern. You need to also change in that line. So that's my own contribution in regards to that.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Auntie Kisha, thank you very much for that, for your comment. And I understand where you're coming from, and I also understand where Oga Juden is coming from. Everybody gets their own perception of how they want to run their show, right? The hope is that all of us were learning so that we can do better with each other. Because as the title says, we need each other, whether we like them or not, right? We cannot do without each other. We can't, no matter how much we fight, we still need each other, because we need to learn to coexist with each other. So in as much as we say this, I just think that, to BB's point, know thyself. When you know yourself, you know what you want. You know the kind of life
Straight
you
up.
want. You don't want a woman that come and give you headache in the house, so you will run away from woman that will give you headache. You want someone that will give you peace, then toe that line. And and hopefully you meet someone who gives you that peace. And if the person don't give you waka, not be by force, you waka leave am, because peace is very important. It important pass most of the other things, even though the other things play a role, but most of it, because if you don't have peace, you can't enjoy your money, you can't enjoy the new car that you bought, you can't enjoy the house. So we're all trying to be better for ourselves. So somebody was trying to make a point. Sorry. Was somebody trying to say something? Cynthia, were you trying to say something? I thought I heard someone.
No, not me.
Oh, okay. Or maybe it was Juden. Was it you?
No, I didn't say anything. I was just
Oh,
listening.
okay. Yeah, so because this back and forth, and the truth be say, better Nigerian women brekete for this America. Brekete.
I
A
don't know
dime a
about that.
dozen.
I don't know about that.
No, it's true. Women, Nigerian men and women, they're plenty for this. I know now. They're plenty. You come the one that say, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? What's going on? What happened? Babe, what's sunu? Babe, what
Anyway, am I like they say, follow me no road. So at least I don't dey follow you now. Maybe I go.
Welcome. Let's
Since
all
you know road,
welcome. Let's
since you
all
know road.
welcome Juden officially. Welcome, Juden. Yeah, absolutely. We hope to be better for each other, by the grace
Follow
of God.
me no
Thank you
road.
so much for calling in. And I have
Welcome.
included you. So join
Yes,
us
I
at
saw. I
11.
saw
Make
that.
sure say you show. Don't come on camera and then now put it on. We now everybody face with a look. We need a look picture.
I was even expecting we'll see each other here. I don't know why people always mark themselves like.
Yeah, because the reason why it's my fault, because I don't have, my hair is a mess, and it's night time. I don't send anybody, Papa. So right now, just okay,
Well,
let
I'm in
everybody
my
just
sleeping lingerie, so
exactly.
And you all don't want to see my
Which
husband's hairy
Eastern time?
chest, so yeah.
Sorry?
Is it
No,
11
I said you
Eastern?
guys don't want to see my husband's hairy chest, so yeah.
Yeah.
What did you say, Julian? I didn't hear you.
Is it Eastern time? You said 11
No,
o'clock?
no, it's almost 9 actually. It's still a little bit early. It's like it's 3 minutes to 9 my time.
Oh wow.
You,
It's
yeah, you and Jude live in
December.
California. Both of you live in California.
Oh, my
Oh,
California.
really?
Yeah.
I'm in California. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where are you there for California?
Northern California.
Oh, that Paul.
Which
Sir,
city?
We know you so tell
I'm
as
in
you
Sac
talk. My wife say,
Sac City.
Oh,
my
okay.
wife says, is that Paul?
Is it Paul from Arizona?
yes, sir.
Yeah, it's far from Arizona. Oh.
I can see your face.
Now, Paul from Arizona. Now you don't know my voice.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I said, this one look like your voice. So,
Now, Paul.
Oga, Auntie Amoye, I came to harass Oga Paul. Oga Paul, how body?
Body day, but you know even the inside cloth right now. That's why we don't do video.
TMI. Now, I called him to disturb you because I did not come out before. I won't go chop. I just tried hear your voice. Say, make I go shake it, wahala. Make sure you take care of Omoye as they come out soon.
And Bibi, I'm not saying if you never talk food. Bibi, I don't say if you never talk food, you need a complaint. This Bibi, now bread. Tell the Bibi na bread and biscuits. I mean, na bread and wait itself. I mean, bread and beans.
I don't graduate.
Bread and beans.
No, be bread and beans. Now bunny. Roast bunny. After they talk so, we dey roast the bunny.
Okay, bunny and beans.
No, beans. No beans go they don't dey for now. Now bunny and fish. You go roast the fish where. Yourself now.
Do you know anytime I get to Nigeria, Bole for Port Harcourt is one of the things that make you go.
That is too far. Just enter any Mexican restaurant, buy plantain, go your house, go roast them. You don't turn to
go roast them now. Bole now.
For like for that one waiting for Port Harcourt, all the fly waiting for Port Harcourt road. They're not. You don't talk
we went the talk, we never die.
Yeah, I know. Say that the shit of the fly that they make the food sweet, but no day for the time.
Now protein.
Look, my brother, if you enter you go buy correct plantain, buy the plantain, come roast them for you slice them just into two. And in fact, you make a sweet, go put small pepper.
You don't be like making roast with the regular fire. Okay?
Is this kind of ordinary fire? This man, you go improvise now. Oga Paul, over to you. Please tell him the.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, make I tell Oga Jude. Oga Jude be like those people who say they don't drive a manual car for so long. Then go say, if you don't sabi drive manual car, you never be a good driver.
When he goes sweet.
Oga Jude, take your grill your thing, take your grill your thing. Go be like that.
You can't be like the real one.
Now the thing what I don't tell you, so Oga Jude, you see the drive, say you the drive from Lagos to Kafanchan. Now GPS are they use. I don't take high drive. Now GPS.
Like all those guys when they roast for fire, for the regular fire, peel and well. Put all those pepper and this thing. Nah, forget.
Okay, Jude, no be that one. I make am sweet. We just console ourselves. No be they roast am. You said you roast am. I make am sweet. Period.
I wish we go jam one day for Nigeria. I go just pay your flight ticket. We'll go Port Harcourt, make you go see what now they talk.
Oga Jude, I work for Port Harcourt now. I work
So
Port
you know,
Harcourt. Uh, I
eh,
work for Port Harcourt now. Well, yeah,
so
when
you
I was
don't,
in the airline.
did
Yeah,
you
I work
enjoy?
for Port Harcourt.
Have you gone to some of those joints? Those nice
Well,
poly joints? Accord?
oh well, yeah, well, that
Yeah, because the
Port
time but
Harcourt,
you're not
Bayelsa,
allowed to go inside
Port
through it.
Harcourt, Bayelsa, and Abole, and I be the big thing there now.
Or you don't go there, I'm at the top. You don't go
Yes,
to
yes,
the joint.
yes, yes. Oh, it's very, very good. The way they go take make the ball and make the this thing and every other thing. It's like the way we take eat better abacha for Enugu or
Maybe
Were.
It be like exactly now. It be like abacha when they go do for home. You go compare
Yes,
with those.
sir.
It's not gonna be the same.
Of course, it's not going to be the same, but it's okay if you make
So
up.
you
Yeah,
understand what I'm talking
it's not
about.
going to be the same, but it's okay. Yeah,
You did now.
yeah. Omo yeah, una good evening, oh, una do. I greet
I
everybody,
greet
oh.
you.
Una do. I say that why omo yeah, this part self where you dey bring self. I no come know as I want to talk am again because when you woman self don't come fight woman finish self. Wetin I wan come fight put inside there again.
Not to say amen. Not to say amen.
Oh, wait, no, we no go say amen for this one. We no go gree say amen. Wait till we walk off fight. But like we say, at the end of the day, now just one step at a time. If we can win one person over by the day, the better for everybody. You know, I tried to say I had to join into this issue because something really happened in my family. My younger brother, I still senior one girl before him. I'm older than him with 4 good years. This boy was he just entered senior secondary school. You know, he just entered senior secondary school. He impregnated his classmates, and they
Wow.
had the child. So it was
Hmm.
so funny. So you can imagine we say my father they give him chop money, give the
Mm-hmm.
girl we give him the girl, the mama chop money, give him pikin chop money. All of them see they collect chop money, and they be papa, they be
Wow.
mama. You know how funny it is when they enter college, they get passed on. You know, so it was a big tragedy because she became like part of the family. So we lost the girl. It was so painful. That's the mother of the child. You know, so that child ended up grow up with us, became people who don't know the story. Now see the child like my mother's last born. They didn't even know that it's grandchild because my
Oh,
mother
wow.
literally raised the child. So the child have grown now, only for my sister to make me understand that this girl she's having issues with the father's wife. Then my younger sister said, the mother, she cannot do anything. After all, she's in her father's house. I said, look, if the woman in the house don't have control of her house, who can have control of the house? You are saying this and you are in a husband's house. How will you feel if your husband mother come here or your husband's sister come here and control you in your husband's house? Just say that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And everything. It is wrong. You understand? To another woman, balance the issue. Go straight to the issue and treat the issue. Don't say this one have right or this one don't have right. You understand? Go straight to the issue and balance the issue. This girl cannot go wherever she is. Whenever she come back, she want to come back like when those sanitation officers come and inspect, start looking for fault and fault and fault and fault. If you've not seen your father for months, years, whenever you go and enjoy quality time with your dad and enjoy quality time with your siblings. You understand? She's way older than all our other siblings, of course, she's way older than them. So go spend quality time. You don't need anything. If there's issue, talk about the issue. What caused the problem? Let us find a way to treat the issue. I can call my brother as my younger brother, man to man. What is going on in your home? Don't let these women take you for a ride. That's how I will say it. I will not come there and come blame his wife or go there and blame the daughter. But let's treat the issue, and we don't need this. It's not time for women to be blaming women. We have to stop this thing. I understand, like Mr. Jude said, women, men dress for men, but women dress for women dress for women.
Absolutely.
But how funny it is, why man they dress for man see they look they dress for woman. You understand? For women, for one full year, I don't know whether I can even spend up to $30 for my haircut. I don't know whether I can spend up to $30 for one full year. But you say if you know that one Peruvian weave on, don't take care of my 10 years haircut. One Peruvian weave on.
Wait a minute. Which salon do you go for $30 in a year?
Because I know they go salon now.
Okay, go remember, right? You just
That's why. So my shaving stick where I go take do small touching for my face. Now make me say $30 for one full year. So it can be like this, but we still need to keep saying it and keep saying it and keep saying it. Then also I think it more with the men too also needs to also come outside and start making this woman understand that don't do everything like face me and face you. Don't use everything to make an issue and every other thing. You guys can trash the issue, but don't bring yourself down. The women need to get themselves together. We can argue, we can do everything. But women, we know how to take care of ourselves. Like I said, no matter how women do all these things, men too also jealous. You understand? I keep saying it in this program all the time. If any of my friends that know me with my ex-girlfriend, I can't go here say my friend they date that my ex-girlfriend. He go pay me, I go talk up. Talk less of say my current one. Even when I get wife self, say I can't go get one side chick for outside, you go there self. I go see the verse. And I'm still cheating, but I will still get mad. You see men where they won't drink in beer parlor. You understand? But still, they will see iron and say, oh boy, leave them now. After all, not be your Sarah. You just they take that one chop. We still have a way of managing it. This is in as much as it's wrong. These are the things we are also making women understand that you guys can still find a common ground to manage issues like this. I just want to say it in another way around that may not really make any much impact, but at the same time, we need women, like Mirabe said, women cannot be bringing women down, and women keep complaining that because men torment women so much. Men torment women so much. Look at our Obana. Under how many days now? Don't they go wife number 6, number 7, number 8? Only of Ife. You understand?
Now, wow. I never see that kind of thing for my life before.
Men torment women. Say some men.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I take it back.
I never married 6 wives.
No. To the Oba, now women need to marry like that. We no go even get one day honeymoon. You understand? We no go get one day honeymoon. You understand?
You can get them anyhow you want. You can take them and store.
You don't say Donald Trump, that be the only king waiting for America now. That be the only king waiting America. You understand?
He wanted to make America his kingdom. The American is
yeah, but we no go give him throne. If he go be king, but he no go get throne. They go be king, but agree on he go to drive from place to place. You know, go get throne.
We have to
yeah. So I beg, let's keep trying. Let's keep talking. I know it sounds stupid. I know women can be very, 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 very sensitive, very, very emotional. But it's time for us to start doing things a little bit different. It's time for us to start preaching. It's time for us to start. Because I don't even know whether I want to talk about books, because there are so many books, there are so many materials out there. But the only material very many of us want to use is pastor. Pastor say, pastor say, pastor say, pastor say.
My daddy said,
my pastor, my bishop, my this, that said this. Somebody tell me at work, say, Paul. Somebody tell me at work, say, Paul, when did you change your name to Paul? You say, Paul, Paul is a white man name. I say, well, because you are not a Christian. Paul is not a white man name. Paul is a Christian name. So it was kind of funny. I said, because I know where my name comes from.
Uh-oh. Brother Paul, audio, don't give a signal, don't drop off. Brother Paul, what happened to your audio? Yeah, but anyway, we go. Wait, Dodo is dropping some gems in this comment section. Dodo, I don't know why you not calling earlier. Yeah, the thing they go abeg, no be me and una. Almost 4 hours. Still dey on top man and woman lap. It's amazing it's amazing the amount of the other important things in life this no. It amazes me the amount of things they are doing. Yeah, the reason why that is because everybody is scattered all over. You think that America is very no distance between states is low.
Omoyo, your voice is fading.
Can you hear me now?
Clear, and you're very clear now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm saying I was responding to Dodo's comment here in the comment section. She said it amazes me the amount of single, readily available single men and women in diaspora. Yeah, the reason why it's that way, well, I will only speak for America. I don't know about anywhere else. Is because the states are so far apart from each other. The distance between you be amazed different the distance between here and the other where the other person is staying. Let's say the person is in New York, you're in California, the other person is in North Carolina, whatever, and the other person is in South Carolina. It's crazy. So
But
and
it's
sometimes
still better than going to Nigeria. You don't need
it
visa to go to New York. You don't need
exactly it is now the question is now.
it's just a ticket. You can go weekend
Right.
and come. Yeah,
Right. So now it depends on if you now get along with the person now. You can meet people, but what if the person, your principles don't align or your values don't align? You
mm.
understand?
I
That's
think
usually
that's why there are so many.
Eh,
exactly.
Always so many. My problem about going to Nigeria to go and get wife or husband.
Uh
Everybody will just jump on you like monkey see banana. They
they
will
want
form
to
friends.
they want to I'm telling
they
you.
want to
Yes,
jackpot
now
now.
It's
they can do
effortless.
whatever I'm off. Either if
It's,
everything does not work there with them, or they don't really, you are not really the kind of person they want. That's why I was telling my younger brother, I would say, he's here as a student. He was telling me about it. I said, see, try and look for someone here in Australia, or maybe somewhere in another country. If you go to Nigeria, everybody go rush you.
I'm telling
Everybody,
you.
everybody will show
especially
you
with the
that
current
love.
trend
That
now
love
that
will
things
still
are
not
so
there.
hard. Everybody want to japa.
Now is it oh? So guy Jude, I beg. Day you America find. Then go rush you for
By now,
Nigeria.
I
I
should
go
have.
tell you.
I was even supposed to be in Nigeria now, unfortunately, but I couldn't make it.
No, I mean the thing
I was in
is,
Nigeria
man,
for 2 months early this year.
yeah,
Back again.
all things being equal, by next year we'll have a new regime. We have a new government, so let's just pray and wish for the best of that. But on this issue of man and woman, I think we all need each other. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. But
Absolutely.
the
Of
important
course,
thing
we
is
do. We do.
the
It's really.
important thing is for us to learn to be civil with
Accommodate.
each other and
Mhm.
respect each other. Because here's the thing, and this is what I say every time: treat me like a human being. Let's treat each other like human beings first. That's the most basic thing. Be kind, be gentle with each other. You understand? If you have that mindset of my marriage, I want to enjoy my marriage, that's what it's going to be. Because why? You put in the effort. Nobody has all the answers. Even people that have been married for years still don't have the answers. Mirabel just posted a comment now. I say, if you like, date for 20 years. Marriage will surprise you because marriage, Mirabel is married, right? Marriage will surprise you. The Bible says that those who get married will have tribulations. So you cannot, life already is hard on its own. Why not come and make it worse by ending up with someone that your values and principles don't align? It don't make sense. Find somebody you can have fun with and be friends with. So even if there's a problem, you people can handle it better because you can both laugh at the problem. You say, okay, you know it. This thing is saying get stubborn head, we go show and say now our own head na stubborn pass. You will laugh about it and you'll be able to resolve that issue. Life no hard though. Now human beings they make it hard. This
Let me tell
relationship
you.
of a thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, no worries. I'm done. I'm going to be wrapping up really soon. So let's
What
start
I wanted
taking the
to say,
final comments. So starting
what
with
I
you,
wanted to
Jude.
say is, the environment we live in is really, it's really not so encouraging for relationship. I would say for a healthy relationship because it has a lot, you know, it has a lot of bad effect or in individuals because not everybody is able like what we are discussing earlier on, not everybody is able to process certain things that comes their way. Okay, for instance, a situation where someone knows that if anything happen, he can pick up a phone and call a cop, and in the next 2 minutes a policeman is there. Those things are part of what is killing relationships, especially for the immigrants. Okay, that people now begin to call police as if they are calling, for every little thing they are calling a police because they know they have the right to do so, and they know perhaps they have learned that once they do, maybe this kind of certain things will happen, and then they go about and abuse that system. Unlike Nigeria, where you go and call a police, a policeman will say, "Oh yeah, our motor no get fuel, buy fuel first." We have not eaten our lunch. Give us lunch. By the time you think of doing that, you will be like, "Oh no, I can't deal with this." And in fact, if you even go and they will ask you, "Who are you calling police for?" Say, "You are calling police for your husband." Say that again. At the end of the day, they will make you feel ashamed of yourself for doing that. But here, it's totally, different. And that is
So the what I would say
everybody is
to that,
becoming very suspicious of each other. People don't want to go into commitment again in relationship in America. Most people don't want
so
to do
what
that.
I would say to that though, it depends on who you're meeting. It all boils down to who you're dealing with. I have friends that are married, have been married for years. They've never called the cops on each other. We know that there are laws and rules in this country that work. We don't have the same back home. And there are scenarios in Nigeria where the cops ought to be called. Because if the cops was called in the case of Osinachi, for instance, she'll still be alive.
Okay,
That's a fact,
exactly. That one is a
right?
different
So
situation.
that's it.
Completely
Yeah, what
different.
I
Yeah.
mean is, here's what I'm trying to say. So the question now is, where are you meeting these women? Because the truth is, a normal
Okay.
person that is no, let me be very frank with you, Jude. A normal person. I've been in this country for some time, right? And of course I've dated, I've been on dates. Why the thought of even it will not even cross my mind, say, okay, I want to call. Is there something wrong with the man that I will have to call? It should never even get there when we can both communicate with each other and express ourselves to each other. Why would I need to go and call an outside body to come and resolve the issues or now watch you? Personally, I don't even like I don't like mentioning those things and having it in my psyche because I don't think like that. I just feel that human beings need to be better with each other. We need to treat each other with kindness and the goodness of our heart. Ordinary person when you go meet, sometimes you dey waka for road. Hello, hi. Oh, how are you today? How are you today? Sometimes you go grocery store, the person go follow you gist. Sometimes you won't pay. The person say, don't worry, I'll pay for you. Or if we can start from that bare minimum, you understand this person understands you. There's no way the person will carry phone and say before they even get to that point, they go don't think calm for their mind, say, no, I can't do this to this man. Why? Because you already have a communication style, you already have ways of talking to each other. You understand what I'm saying? Because I have loads of friends here that are married, and it has never occurred. So it depends on the people that you're partnering with. This is where the problem really is. This is why I'm saying choosing the kind of person that has the same principles and values. Sometimes people marry people that don't align with them based on the principles, what they, the basic minimum, which are your principle and your values, which is very important, by the way. A lot of people just marry, you're close. I do kalo kalo, mini mini mani mo. I have 3 4 women that I'm talking to. Mini mini mani mo. Catch a fish and let it go. If you do not let it go, mini mini mani mo. That's why they marry.
Yeah,
Or, or one pastor will confuse them.
Exactly. Or one
I
person
know
will
of
say, I
someone.
dream, oh,
you
I saw
see,
Judy, no, it's Judy that you will marry. You understand what
you
I'm
know,
saying?
I know of
right?
someone.
See, most of what I'm saying, right? It's just from personal experience, and somehow I wouldn't, use that to interpolate in all situations, right? I went to Nigeria and got married to someone and then filed for her, and then she came here. She came here the following year. I went and filed for divorce. Isn't that sad? And then one would think, why would somebody spend such a, we all know how expensive or how costly it is to embark on that kind of venture.
How
You know,
well did you know her?
that year I went to Nigeria three times. Well,
Okay,
I wouldn't.
there was already a problem, Judy. I'm sorry to say, there was already a problem. Number one,
No,
you
yes,
just,
that is true. There was a problem with
yeah.
that person. But I was hoping in my own, because one of my own doing in life has always been I believe people a lot. I tolerate. I don't know how to put it. I always believe people are adult. They should know the right thing to do. Okay, and it's hard for me to begin to react somebody's behavior because I'm like, okay, we are adult. You should know that you have to do this right thing. I don't like when I see people controlling others. Well, to me, there's no point. People should be able to do what is right, and so no one should need to be controlled. So I'm that kind of person. I like to give somebody liberty to, do what is right. Don't. I won't be there to be controlling, do this or do that, or not to do this or not to do that. No. Now I married this brought her here. We were talking on phone for let's say 4 or 5 months before I traveled to Nigeria, met her physically, and then we talked, and somehow she she kind of was able to work herself into my heart, believing, thinking that she's good the way, but I didn't know she just played all her games until finally I, went back. After 2 months, I came back again, and then we now got married. And then I came back here and filed for her. Right there in Nigeria, before she was waiting for the papers, she was already started making a lot of trouble fighting with people in streets of Lagos to the extent that got into trouble and later went to court and she was sentenced, to jail. And she finished her service. I still forgave her. And after she apologized, I was like, okay, as a Christian, God said we should forgive and blah, blah, blah. But my family, everybody objected. I should listen, stop this, stop this now before she comes to the United States. It's going to put you in trouble. I said, well, where do I start now to go and begin to divorce and start all over again? And I know how much it took me, the pains and everything, to get to that point. So I have to start all over again. And since she had apologized, she believed she had learned her lesson now by, serving her jail sentence and coming out. And I believed, what she was saying, not knowing that she was just, putting up those things to come here. And eventually when she came here, immediately she came, trouble started. Oh my God, I almost died. But at a point, everybody was saying, even my coworker, I said, Jude, I don't know what else you're looking for. I have a daughter by a late wife who came together with her. Every time I go to work at night, she'll beating my daughter, driving her away. Police will call me at work to come and take my child in their custody. You know, this keep happening and people keep blaming me. Jude, you're going to be here. This woman will kill your daughter, your only child. And I point, it got so much that I couldn't, take it anymore. 17 times this woman called police for me and my daughter. 17 times. And each time the police come, they will reprimand her. They will say, listen, if you dare call us again, we're going to get you arrested. That the reason why we have not arrested you is that we have never found that this man lay hand on you. You are rather the one that is hitting him. But eventually I say, you know what, before this person will put me into trouble or make me lose my license that I've labored so much to get, let everybody go their way peacefully. So that was how, and so most of what I say from personal experience, one of the women that even engineered her to do this, today had driven her husband away. And the woman made her believe that she could fight me in the court and take my house, which I lay God of mercy. And the woman, it's a lot of crazy things that happen here in the United States. Divorce protracted for good 2 years, and that through yes, it was harrowing experience for me. I was paying her. The judge made me to be paying her to $750 every month until the divorce was over, and made me rent a place for her. And a lot of mess, man. It's just anyway. It's just a personal experience, but then yeah, it's just one does not have to.
Right. I'm sorry about that experience, Judith. So
Because I
it,
want to become
it's
paranoid
it,
about the
it's
system.
it's one of yeah, I'm very sorry about your experience, Judo. We live and learn in life, but at the end of the day, take the good from it and you just move forward. And I'm sure that's what you have done anyway. And what I know is that, going to find somebody in Nigeria is a no-no. It never had some, most of the time it doesn't, because their mindset is different. The way they understand things is different, the way they interpret things is different. There's so much work that needs to even go into bringing someone from Nigeria here. But that's by the wayside. At the end of the day, we all learn and move forward in life. It's okay. Everybody gets experience. Whether you've been married, you've not been married before, we all learn and hopefully we get better with whatever it is that has happened to us. Me, I want to be ending the show now, but
All
I want
right.
to give Felix the opportunity to talk. But Juden, thank you so much. So I guess
Well,
I'll see you on the single show tomorrow at 11. But
All
thank you
right.
so much for your contribution. I really
You're
appreciate it.
welcome. Thank you. Nice
We'll see
talking to
you
you again.
again so we can continue this conversation.
Thank you
All
for
right.
okay,
thank you.
okay,
Yeah.
Omoye and Juden. Have a good one. I don't have much to say anyway.
Thank
Oh,
you.
okay.
Thank you for handling the show, and thanks for doing it in the time that is suitable for us in Australia.
Wait a
Most
minute, is
Australians,
it Felix that joins us in Niger Watch?
Yeah, I think
Austra-
no, not Niger Watch. Felix is Dr. Damages.
Oh, the
yes,
damages. Okay, okay. I remember. I think the
Yeah,
voice was like this
he's
voice.
been on Doctor. One of the times we had a topic about I think one of the those Saturday shows that Doctor Damages does,
Yeah.
where we talk about issues that that's where we met each other.
Okay. Okay. I know there's this
Yeah,
voice.
yeah, that's
Sounds
it.
familiar. Okay,
yeah,
my brother
wonderful
Felix.
family.
Have a nice
Greetings to your
good
wife,
night.
Victoria. I really, really
Absolutely,
thoroughly
and
enjoyed her
So you're in
contribution. That
Australia. I'm in
correct
yeah,
Australia
woman,
again.
oh.
I have to
yes,
visit
yes, yes.
one day.
No, that would be good. If you do, just let us know. Just shout out. It will be a good
Okay,
one.
okay, sure. It's one of those countries that I need to visit. All right,
Yeah.
bro.
Okay, guys.
Nice, huh?
Have a good evening. I mean,
All right
night.
then. Thank you. Thank you
My
very
sister
much.
Maya,
I'll
have a
see
good night. See you
you
tomorrow.
too, Jordan. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Felix, please come with your wife next time. Oh.
If she's around.
Okay.
She's not a big fan of program like that. This is the first time she will talk on just such program.
Are you serious? I really enjoyed her contribution. It was so much
After
fun.
that, she will. Okay, I will convey that to her.
Yes, please. So what are your final thoughts on this? So
You see, marriage, I would say, like everybody have said a lot. It's about
yeah,
going with someone like you. Someone like you is different from the kind of person I like.
right.
Everybody has criteria. Yeah, she must be educated. It must be tall. It must be this. Those are criteria. You can't meet up everything because even you yourself, you won't meet up all the criteria of the ladies or the guys too.
Right.
But someone that you share the same value. Some people are like Christians, spiritual, blah blah blah. for the sake of peace, go for a spirit cocoa like you, so there won't be problem. Some people will say, oh, taking alcohol is not bad. Some other people are against it. Go for people who are like, alcohol is not it's not something bad. Go with someone that share the same belief. But even with that, there will still be problem one way or the other. One thing can be
Mm.
little thing, something minor. Then it's not a point of view like my wife used to say that when there's a problem, don't let this problem come in between us. It should be me and you are in one team. The problem is on another team. Then let's fight the problem together. Not like we are fighting each other for the sake of the problem. No. So it's just understanding. Like I in particular now, sometimes when my wife is angry or certain things, I like to like talk things. Okay, let's discuss this. But she will like, let me be on my own for now. And I've understood that. Once she's angry, I just give her the space. For another 3, 4, 5 hours, is by herself. Everything is settled. So that kind of understanding. Your own partner might not be that kind of a person.
Right.
So just try and understand what's her view about things. If she's angry, what does she want? And the other way around too. I think with that, issue will definitely come. Then when it comes, it will be easier to get out of it. That's just my take. And be careful about advices from outside. People will
Right.
give you different advices. People advising you on how to handle situation. They don't know your husband. They don't know your wife. You understand the person best. You know what can work, and you know what will not. So that's my final thought on it.
Right.
Thank you so much, Omoye.
Thank you so much, Felix. I really thoroughly enjoyed your wife's contribution and yours as well. I want you guys to come again because this
Okay.
conversation is always ongoing, especially, when it comes to
On
relationships. So it's always nice to have at least, couples. I have married people, of course, that call in as well. But, I like to get a wide range of ideas or
okay.
pointers from people, which is very important. And of course, politics is part of my thing too, since Peter
Yes.
Obi has to happen, whether they like him or not.
That's that. That's even my own big accent. My wife has given me names like you won't stop talking about this. I won't because I want to settle
Yes,
more.
so we
I want
can't
to
stop
settle
talking
things
there.
more. That's
Yes,
it.
so
So this very program you hold it like Friday evening.
yeah, so I hold it on Friday evening. Sometimes I
Around
do
what
it on
time?
at 5, which is my time, 5 p.m. your my time, which 5:15 p.m. my time. Sometimes
What's
I
the time?
hold it on
What's the time
Saturday.
over there now?
It's 9:34 right now at night.
9:34. So that will be +6 for us.
Yeah.
Uh, 9:34 night. Nine. We are 16 hours ahead. Okay.
Oh my God.
So
Wow. If you're
that's
subscribed
nice.
to me, you anytime I send out
Yes,
an
yes,
invite,
yes.
so you just click on notify. So when I come on, you just join in.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
do so we meet for the weekends, we do village meetings. Village meetings is where we come
Really?
and talk about village meetings.
Uh-huh.
We come and we talk
what
about
kind of
all
topic
the
do you talk
issues.
about?
So the kind of topics we talk about, it's almost like a cleaning house type of topic. We talk about
Really?
anything that concerns our community, in Nigeria, of course,
Okay.
specifically, and how, what affects us here as well, how we can improve, what can be done, so it's free for all. So it's like an opportunity. Imagine being in the village, right? In your village, and when you have all those village meetings, you see how they used to gather under
Mm-hmm.
the tree. So that's the idea. So we all come,
Yes.
everybody go bring
So
cola
the kind of
nuts, bring exactly, bring
no be small thing.
palm wine, gbegiri, anyone that you have. The sisters will tie their
Mm-hmm.
hair. We are here, oh, everybody go carry their joko, sit down.
That will be nice. I would like to be there one of these days.
Yes, so that one is going to happen most likely on Sunday. So if you're free, you can always join in as well so we can talk. It'll
What
be
time on
fun.
Sunday?
Time usually is 11 a.m. Yeah, so they're telling me to
11
tell you
a.m.
to bring 11 a.m. my time. So if you're 16 hours ahead, I don't know what time that would be for you.
That would be midnight here. We'll be around.
Ah,
That's
oh,
11
okay.
plus 16. 11
Oh,
p.m.
okay.
plus 5. That will be 5
Mm-hmm.
a.m. Monday morning. It's not
Oh,
gonna fly. But maybe around
wow.
5 or whatever, I can just
Yeah.
comment on some minutes or something.
Okay.
Anyway, it's all good.
Yeah.
Whichever I can
y-
join, I will join. If I cannot
Yeah.
join, I will
Whenever,
leave.
yeah, whichever one you can join. If you're subscribed, you always know. So it's they're even telling me to tell you to bring palm wine and
Yes, yes.
cola nut and membership fee. Oh.
I will.
Village members are asking for
You
membership
get that
fee,
one.
cola nut and palm wine.
Cola
Oh
palm
my
wine. No.
God.
I will bring
Thank
Australian beer.
Avio, hey, bring
Oh
them. We
yeah,
never drink Australian beer before.
yeah.
Make we learn.
Australian brand.
Bring them. Let's enjoy some. Thank you so much, Felix. It was really great talking to you and your wife. I really appreciate your.
Oh yeah,
Please join us again,
same
I
here.
beg.
All
Enjoy
right,
the
I
rest of your
definitely I will.
weekend. All right
Okay,
then.
and you too, Omoye. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for
Bye.
hosting everyone. Have a good one. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
bye.
You too. Bye. Dodo, your comments have been very impactful. Oh. Thank you very much. I appreciate each and every one of you. You know, uh, mm. And it's shaking. I'm talking drum, baby. I'm telling you, registration fee, special junior people. How now? Hey, yeah, me, I don't dey go abeg. Hey, Osalobua la ho, 4 hours. Osalobua. Hey, I will be running for you people. Oh. Be like say I go run from social media for some time. Kilo day. Me when I say I want relax this Friday, do a quick one. Let's just talk, pa pa pa. But I don't turn the thing like joke. It don't enter 4 hours. But anyway, it was really fun. I enjoyed it. So I'm not going to lie. Thank you all so much for all of you that contributed. I really appreciate you guys, man. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to Brother Paul, Jude, Felix. B only showed face small. BB, Cynthia, Mirabelle, FT. FT, thank you so much for coming. Now you start to the host the work with me today. I really appreciate you. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate each and every one. If I did not mention your name, I bet more than no verse. So sleep don't they enter my eye. Make I go relax too. I'll see you guys on my next one. But if you're catching this on replay, please let me know what your thoughts are. Don't forget to subscribe if you have not yet subscribed. Though. Like, share. Let's be learning and be bettering ourselves. We are all we've got. And don't forget to be kind to someone. Oh. Kindness goes a long way. Let it become a habit. You never know. Anything can happen from kindness. So until next time, it's been real. Thank you very much, guys. I love you all. I appreciate you. Mirabelle, I love you. Marriott, I love you. I love each and every one of you. Air hugs. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend. And I'll see you soon.